Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 11th of October 2025 and we are going to be doing some analysis today here at Caulfield. Now this is in Victoria. This is one of the top-notch tracks after Flemington in Victoria. The shape of the track is triangle. That's one of the biggest challenge here at this track. The other thing is the straight from the last bend to the finishing post is about 367 meters. The ground reading is good today. And we've got about 10 races. We've got the Caulfield Guineas, which is one of the premium races, a $3 million race today here. And we'll see what we can come up with here at this track today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock and wait for the results. However, if we find that there are better horses in the paddock, or there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out. So the entire effort is to see how good the data matches with the results, and that's exactly what we try and do. So we'll get on with the first race today, which is here at Caulfield. Starts in 27 minutes, and we'll see if there are any scratchings. 459 has been scratched. So 459, 4 is this gentleman who has been scratched. Hide. 59 is not there, so we'll do that once again. We'll take a look at the odds. 2, 13, 15, and 10. So yeah, the 2 is the 2 is the linear. It's not that it is doing great, but this is the first one. We will not contradict this at this point of time. But here's the thing. So the odds are 2, 13, 15. 2 and 13 are the first and the second linear, right? In fact, this is in a better position, but the difficulty is much higher on this, plus it is from gate number 10. All right. So that's that part of the story. The 2 is good. Now, if we look through the rails, we get that 8 on top, which is here. If we compare the difficulty between the 5, the 15, which is a 66, if we do that, that'll become about 60, that'll become about 58, 57, and this one will also become 58.5 or something. So this is a check. The 8, right? Plus this one is, if we look at how things are, right? So The one that got scratched was an 8-year-old gelding, which was an EW. Right now, the two EWs that we have is this one, which is a 60. We take out that it is going to be difficult. Plus, it is coming from gate number 12, not in the right space. The other one, which is up here, could be a possibility, but this is better. This is a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 9. So that could be a little difficult thing, but it's got a good resume. But somehow that 8 is probably there in the game. In what way? Generally, what happens is, I also have a feeling that this is a place we have seen this thing failing often. Right? This is a place we have seen this 8 failing often. And why that happens is something that I don't know, but mathematically we can see it is there. If this is there, then they generally don't come in together. Plus, it is from gate number 10. And the 15 is from gate number 1, which is good, but the difficulty is also high. However, it has a very good jock on this, but this jock is a dedicated jock on 8. We'll see how it works. This is the first one, and this is the linear, which is here. It has the physics. It doesn't have this side of the rails. So, and it is also like that. It is not in a great shape at this point of time. There are better horses and things. Shouldn't go wrong. It is the highest leverage here. It's something it shouldn't go wrong, but it's horse racing is the first race. Out of these two, the pressure is here on 2, which is the right arrangement. The pressure has to be on the linear. And if the pressure is on linear plus the leverage, and this one is also a dedicated jock, by the way, the 2. This one is also a dedicated jock. So even if we look at the 13, which is the second highest pressure point, that's okay. But when it drops, that's generally not the case. 2 of the high pressure do not get in. That's pretty much not the arrangement. The arrangement is odd even. So if this is the 1, which is good, okay, fair enough. We take that as a face value. That this is a linear with a pressure. This is the first one. We are not going to do the contradiction here. But in that case, it has to go through a drop. But the drop has to be given to a horse which can actually deliver. So here, the 15, there is a drop. The highest drop is definitely 11, which is the EW, which is here, but it comes from gate number 12. Can that work? If that's 60, that's 61, and here it is 2.5, so that's difficult from gate number 12. 15 is a chance. 15 might come in. Why? Because even though the difficulty is there, there's a brilliant jock on this. The 15 is Craig Williams on this, wearing the 8 is somebody I'm not sure of who that is. But that's a dedicated jock, and that's how it looks like. So that 8 is a check, and I don't know whether that 8 will come second before it hits 13, or it will not even go to 13. It might just end somewhere else. It's a 1700 meter benchmark 80, so we'll stick to. They have 13, the next one, which is the second linear. Good horse, not bad, but there has to be a drop. They don't come in together. I like the 8 in between. We'll see how it works. Gatekeeper, welcome back. It's a Saturday. We're at Caulfield, and we'll see how it works. It should work nice. And there's a lot of whirlpools today, so the whirlpools are pretty much, those are brilliant. I mean, the entire world, from all over the world, people are, expressing their interests and doing very strong judgments. So we'll see how good that happens. And there are plenty of races today, 10 races to go. It's about 6:30 here in India in the morning. Well, the good thing is we should be getting a paddock today. We'll see how that goes. That's bad. Saturday. Lots of fun. Yeah, that season change is a bummer. When we go through a season change here in Australia, it is very weird, gatekeeper. It becomes very weird here in Australia. We faced the entire scenario changes. The best thing is to stay out, go for your holidays. I hear it starts from April onwards. April, May, June, July. Very bad patch during that time. Yes, everything becomes very unpredictable, especially in Australia. Something that I've noticed this year. I mean, this is only the second year that we are doing this, but first year we did not have a clue and we were not monitoring this. But this year, what we got to experience is that from April onwards, none of the tier 1 horses you will find racing. They don't want to risk it. Those are, these horses are probably, a few $1 million. They don't want to risk it during that period of time. A lot of accidents happens during that time. So they keep it out, and you will find all those tier 3, tier 4 horses coming in. And it becomes very, very unpredictable. Very unpredictable. You're right. Yeah, that happens because I mean, I think I read somewhere last year there were about 160 or 170 accidents here in Australia during that period of time, from April to August. And this year it was about the same numbers. All right, we got the thing coming up.
Woody holding good money for that runner. Now, blinded by the light is tightening right up here. 850, 750 into 650. Drawn Orcs can roll forward, sit into a position. Hot to go is Fur, $7. Overactive, $7.50. Also has specking. Now, starting to trim up is Adeletto too, the 11. So a good spread of money in this first race. Nearing Liberty, some each-way bets there as well. Now, the best backed off the price there when you're playing a same race multis will be number 14. Or Aqua, I should say, number 14, or Aqua shooting for 3 in a row. 27 was snapped up, 13, 14, not on that page. Before to play out, geez, 440 the field, lead on the bone. What are you really gambling? Brand confidential support, call the 1-800 number, or visit the helpline.
This mountain yard is brought to you by the 2025 Melbourne Boat Show, October 16 to 19.
Caulfield Guineas Day 2025 commences with the SEN handicap, a 1700-metre benchmark 88, the only apprentice claiming race of the afternoon. Extreme virtue for Lindsay Park and Willow last year, defeating Nearing Liberty, La Zebra and Saban. Horse 1 is El Duca. A good night for the Saunders family and Team Friedman at Cranbourne last night, winning the Pinker Pinker. El Duca trying to get back to the deeds at his victory here on Underwood Day.
Decent each-way chance as well. He likes the track, as you mentioned there, Nige, and very consistent throughout the preparation. Didn't see too many excuses behind Far Flung last time, but he put himself in a spot to be there or thereabouts.
He's just going particularly well. This horse continues to thrive throughout his preparation. Couldn't look any better.
To Mr. Verse has Blake Shin aboard once again, was 3 and a bit lengths behind Gilded Water over 2,000 here on Underwood Day.
Yeah, I think the drop back in Crimson Key Plus for the source to 1,700 metres. He was awesome at Sandown prior against the pattern today. He does get back, but he's got a brilliant turn of foot. I think he can bounce back in style today.
He's strong and very, very fit, just dropping back slightly in distance today. He's always got a bit of weird action behind this horse. That's very typical of him.
3 is Howl and Rain, tackling the 1,800 metres fresh.
218 days between runs. He's a very nice, consistent sort of galloper, but he will improve, I think, with a running over further.
Just had a little bit of a sweat out the back too. Looks like he's got a nice base of fitness there. He will continue to tighten up a little bit more.
Or Quay stretch, as is the 5 Just a Deal, who's in central western New South Wales ahead of tackling the Canamble Cup tomorrow afternoon. 6 is Shazad, who returns and debuts for the Browns.
Then it does that another galloper with his stable that may well improve. Would certainly needs off the back of that last campaign, and a gap between runs I'm happy to watch.
He's a very deep barrel horse, but I feel like the team have done quite a lot of work with him for today. I don't have a baseline on him, but I would have thought that he's pretty forward here.
Different setup for the 7 Nations Call, who drew in and stayed in behind El Duca.
With absolutely no luck on that occasion. Hard to know where he would have finished, but, he'll come on nicely forward. He was very consistent. Let's not forget he started 440 in that aforementioned race. So, he's one to consider, but he'll need some luck from the gate.
He's moving great and he's looking very well, this horse. I do think he's tightened up a little bit from his first up run too. I think that he might just have a little bit further to go.
8 is Nearing Liberty, as mentioned, a runner-up in this race last year and a runner-up to Gala Queen at Flemington on Derby and Oaks Trial Day. Gala Queen heading to a stakes race.
And a run full of merit too as well. It was a really good performance last time out, and he'll make his own luck. So the fact that he's in form, ran well in the race last year, gives him claims to figure in the finish again.
think it's by far the best he's looked all preparation. This horse, he's really come on between runs here. His coat is so much brighter and he's reached his peak fitness.
9 out, 10 overactive was on the 7-day backup off Bendigo, placing to run top 3's favourite at Hillside.
Yeah, he's a horse that hasn't won in a while, but he's in form. He's knocking on the door. He's beaten favourite behind Saxon Spot, who just mapped better than in that day. But I think he's got an each-way chance here with the right run.
He looks fantastic, this horse. He would be frustrating to train with not having won for such a long time. Geez, he looks well here. He's in perfect condition.
11 Amplito, 1 3/4 lengths off El Duca first up. They come here as opposed to Cranbourne last night.
Yeah, it's an interesting one as well with a horse that sort of might be bred to get over a bit more ground, and we get to see the best of this import. So I'll be watching with some interest. You'd think he'd be better for the run, and if there's market support, it's worth respecting it.
I think he's come to hand pretty quickly, this preparation, this horse. He feels like he hasn't really got that much more improvement to go at this early stage.
12 Gallon Prince broke through for the first time in 10 starts with that man Daniel Stackhouse aboard at Mornington over grand final weekend.
Fit, consistent and going well, but this is a much harder race for Gallant Prince, and that's why you're getting a decent price about him. Hard to see him winning.
The team have turned him out beautifully, though. He's very fit, he's moving well, he's doing everything right if he can take that step up.
Zach Spain on the 13, blinded by the light, who meets its stiffest test to date, but is also chasing a hat-trick.
Yeah, you could certainly argue that it's also a rising grade for her, but her form reads really well, and she's doing it in very good style. It's only her 5th career start, 3rd run of the prep. She's gone back-to-back this time in, and she could easily make it 3 in a row.
She looks great, this horse. She's very happy, very confident. You can't knock the form that she's been in either. She's been presented very well.
14 Oraqua for Roll the Dice is another chasing a hat-trick.
Yeah, going really well, but probably a touch more exposed. It's the 8th career start today. Didn't mind the wet at Geelong, but it's one to keep safe, and probably a little bit over the odds of $14.
Just a neat type of mare, this. She's walking with a lot of purpose here. She's very fit. She's got lovely manners.
15 is Hot to Go, who's enjoying getting deeper into a preparation and steadily up in trip.
Yeah, just won 1 from 14, but very consistent and in good form this preparation. And a horse that's competed and been good over further, so it becomes a bit of a test with 53 kilos. That won't be an issue for Hot to Go.
Yeah, being presented really well. I'd probably just question this.
John, welcome back.
More season campaigners, but the team.
Good morning.
Placed in the Geelong Classic last year en route to tackling a Derby. Craig Williams winning the race last year on Extreme Virtue. His Caulfield Guineas Day starts on Hot to Go. Mac 2 winning this a couple of years ago from Simon Zara. Punch you with Mr. Verse to continue a good run for the McAvoys of late.
Yeah, I think back in trip is a key positive, and I think that this horse has signalled.
John says 8:13.
There's more wins in store, and that went off Sandown and just didn't get the trip last time on Gilded Water. Blinded by the light, bidding for 3 in a row. I think overactive is
13 is
nicely today. 2:13.10.
in the second linear. It has a huge leverage on that horse.
Beautifully maintained. Wish he didn't have so much weight on his back today, but geez, the horse has been presented absolutely perfectly off the rest. But Mr. Verse looks very, very well.
I mean, this is
And
the
also
first
really,
one.
I feel like it's the best I've seen him all prepared
I
for this horse.
just don't want to contradict anything. We'll see, but the good thing is, last time what we've seen is the whirlpool is very, very difficult to contradict. The whirlpool is very difficult to contradict. This is not the one in the whirlpool. I don't think this is there.
Thanks for your time, Matt. I thought Nearing Liberty, it's best he's looked all preparation. He just keeps on getting better and better.
Yeah, he had a bit of a monthly prep, to be honest, and I think, he's finally back to pretty much where we need him. I still think he can probably improve again a little bit, but he's probably not far off the best he's ever looked, and his last start was full of merit.
Liam knows him particularly well. He's drawn quite a nice gate too. How would you like things to work out for him today?
Yeah, he can sometimes be a bit tardy away, but hopefully he'll sort of 1-1. Even if he ends up outside the leader, I wouldn't be too worried about that. He was a month between runs last start, and probably told late, even though he dug in for the fight, it probably just really told late where his trip's rock hard fit today. Appreciates Caulfield, likes the trip, and also gets a little bit of weight relief as well. He's been lugging weight for a while, so to get him down to 57.
And the 2 is not in the right shape. I don't know if that'll work. We'll see. It's got the pressure on. It's the linear.
Here, Mr. Verse, he'll get back and round him up. So say punters, he's in the 420 now, and he's looking like your market mover here. Race 1, number 2. Down the page there, rock solid. He is blinded by the light. Hot to go, also nice and firm in the market. However, active getting back out to $8 soft, and not on the page here, Okana. As I mentioned, the 14 has been the best backed at a price. The 14 race 1. For race 1, number 2, Mr. Verse will be your market mover. What are you really gambling?
The problem with the 8 is they should have gotten a better jock. But the jock is a dedicated jock. But the jock is a dedicated one.
Still carrying a little bit of that
There's no pressure on that horse.
It looks fantastic. I've been impressed with how he paraded today. So, yeah, look, we tried him out to the 2000, which he just didn't run. He's had a couple of goes out in trip now and hasn't quite been strong at the end. So we've freshened him up. He freshens up pretty well. He's a really lively horse and just going to need a little bit of luck at the right time, but he's going really well, the horse.
What's Blake outlined in regards to his plan of attack?
It's hard to have a really concise plan with this horse because he can fall out the gates. It's been a bit of a tendency of his. So we're going to try and get him to begin, and then Blake's just going to have to ride the horse where he is and where he's comfortable. And if things go to suit, we know he's got a pretty devastating turn of foot, and hopefully we can see it today.
As the Caulfield Cup favourite, 7 days out.
He's perfect. No, really good. Couldn't be happier with him and seems to really be in the zone, the horse. So another 7 days to get through. Hopefully a nice barrier on Wednesday morning, and then all systems go.
Thanks, Cal. Good luck here.
Thank you.
Yeah, alongside Liam Reardon, who partners nearing Liberty for Matt Brown's stable, as always turned out very well by the team. Now, what do you do as a jockey to help these horses jump a bit quicker out of the barriers?
Just get a man up or just sort of keep his mind on the job. He's not going to be in there too long today, being 5th in, so hopefully he breaks well and puts himself in a winnable position.
You've drawn a good gate. What is the plan?
If I could just sit behind the speed, give him fresh air at the top of the straight, I think he'd be right in the finish. You know, he went pretty good the other day, was sort of felt like I'd won the race, lost the photo, so hopefully we can get the job done today.
All the best.
Thanks.
Yeah, he'll be handy in the run in terms of pace. A couple that will go forward nearing Liberty's one. Al Duke is another. And those look the likely horses to inject a little bit of speed early in the race as well. But interesting race as far as the market is concerned. A little bit of support coming for nearing Liberty Amy as well. So most of these looking pretty good.
Yeah, I tell you what, the horses are looking good, and all the people out here on course are looking very good too, Hutchie. It's so nice to see everyone's made such a great effort. Everyone's dolled up and beautiful conditions. If you are close by and you're not down here at Caulfield yet, if you're watching at home, enjoy the coverage. But if you can make it down here, I'd highly recommend you do. It's going to be such an awesome day, Hutch.
Certainly will be an awesome day here at Caulfield. And 10 of the best to get through, Nigel.
Oh, this is bang on, Hutch. It's 20 degrees, forecast 21. We've got a tiny little bit of cloud cover, minor northwesterly breeze. What a day to be alive.
What a day to be alive. It's, all the features
It's the first one, gatekeeper. Let's just...
Races 4 to 10. 4 to 10 here from obviously a lot of Hong Kong interest via...
Yes. Let's just...
and his presence here today.
Watch.
Damien Lane.
No, this is Whirlpool.
Opportunities in the 3 Group 1s as well. What a fascinating...
This is Whirlpool.
He's going to be in regards to tactics. Your anticipation
It's very, difficult to contradict the Whirlpool. Best of the best in the industry. They are doing this. So look, it's the linear. The pressure is on. Up to 2,000 meters, there is no problem for the linears to win, unless it's a complete mismatch.
Nigel, thank you very much. Looking forward to a ripping first day and a terrific crowd in already, which is great news.
8 has come on top 4 now.
And to complete the line is Nation's Call.
It's between 8 and 15. The 15 is good.
Ready to go, and away, or Aqua towards the inside, and the red distinguishing cap jumped away pretty well. El Duca out fast, Nation's Call and Nearing Liberty between horses, blinded by the lights nice and close, and Hot to Go is keeping its position on the inside as they settle. So as they climb at the 1400 metres, it's El Duca and neck to Hot to Go, blinded by the light Nearing Liberty. Further back is Nation's Call improving to fifth, and then came Howl and Rain or Aqua, a length and a half Gallant Prince Mr. First, well back Amlito. Further back is Overactive second last. At the tail of the field is Gazette. So on top of the hill, 1,000 metres to go, and eventually taking it up was El Duca by a length and a quarter, blinded by the light. Third on the rails is Hot to Go, 2 lengths Nearing Liberty. A couple of lengths Nation's Call outside of Howl and Rain to the railway side. Amlito is pulling its way around them 3 wide now. Followed by Aqua, passed by Overactive. Next is Mr. Verse, who shuffled back to third last from Gallant Prince, and at the tail of the field is Shazad. So the leader is El Duca, but it's got company. Blinded by the light, 3/4 of a length away. Nearing Liberty 3 wide, Amlito's a length off those 4 deep. Hot to Go next the rails, followed by Nation's Call or Aqua. Further back is Overactive. Mr. Burst still third last with Gallant Prince, Howl and Rain and Shazad. El Duca with Nearing Liberty, blinded by the light, battles on the centre. Followed then by Nation's Call, Amlito and Hot to Go. Blinded by the light at the 250 with Nearing Liberty. El Duca won't give in at the 150. Blinded by the light with Nearing Liberty, not quite getting there. Blinded by the light, El Duca's fighting back on the inside. Blinded by the light, just in front, and wins. Love the scrap and bunt. Blinded by the light, El Duca.
13.
Amlito. They were followed by Mr.
Man,
Nation's Call, Hot to Go.
13-1-8, I think.
Overactive or Aqua. Towards the end of the field, Shazad and Gallant Prince. High five between legendary trainer Peter Moody and on his right, Ryan McAvoy, who's a key member.
Boom, John.
And then
13-1-8.
Blinded by the light, the daughter of Seamus Award lifts again. They ran fourth in this race last year with a key chance in Sabin. They get the major prize this afternoon with the mare who is steadily building through her career and her gears. Bendigo maiden at 13. Hillside midweek in a benchmark 66 for the fillies mares. She steps up to the grand handicap at 1,700 today. Archer, she was tough as next mate.
Yeah, 3 in a row this preparation. Well done to Pete Moody and Cap Coleman.
Yeah, I'll show you what happened. That, you know, I'll show you what happened.
Also, again, pretty game long.
So, the 13... See, the 2 was not in a great shape today. That's one of the thing, right? Though the 13 had issues, that the thing was there. It just went through, and the 1. So. The 1 just had a better management today, that's all. The 1 just had a better management. This was not in a position to win. But the entire arrangement changed because, the 2 lost. If the 2 won, then I think the 15 had a chance. I think the 15 had a chance if the 2 won. And for the 13, the 6 had a chance to get into this, but that was a 9-year-old. This one was a 5-year-old gelding, gate number 4, and then this was gate number 5. This was on pressure. So both the pressure, they came in and the linear failed. So that is possible. These 2 are possible. This is the third linear. And five-year-old gelding from gate number 4 with a force went through just because of the management today. And these guys are like that. They should have, 2.5. This is 47, 49. 49.5. This was difficult. This was not in the right shape today to carry the pressure. That is all that happened. This was not in the right shape today to carry the pressure. So we'll see how that works. But 13, brilliant, John. That did work. We should have taken a look at this one, which was, but generally that doesn't happen. But today it happened. That was the other jock on this. Brilliant jock. Anyway, we'll go to the next. One and 4 has been scratched, so that 4 is gone. So this is the first, second, third, and fourth linear. Five, six, seven, two. Would be odd. So the 5 looks good. That's the top. Okay. We've got the 6 and the 7. The 6 is the second linear, which is there. 5, 6, 7, and 2. 5, 6, 7, 48, 46. So these are also negatives, but if we look through the DICR, right? So they kind of have 1 kilo advantage. They have 1 kilo advantage. So the difficulty is less for these, and the difficulty is high for these. And if we look through the rails, we get all 5, 2, 3, 7. So if we look at the 6, okay, the 6 is a 44. You take out the difficulty, it will become 40. It's a linear, got the pressure. The 7 is a 48, is the other among the linear, which has more pressure for some reason from gate number 5, which doesn't have this side of the rails winning, is difficult. So that will not work. Now, Now, what can go wrong? Okay, let us understand that first. So now the 5 has the highest pressure. That is okay. Here, the 2 had the highest pressure. Okay. Now, that is okay, fair enough. But where it lagged is here. Okay. It was not in the right shape. Plus, for that pressure, it had to have a little more on this section, a little more number. 90 versus 50 and 54 versus 41, the ratio is better here. Now here, it is 60 versus 12. It is 60 versus 12. 65 versus 12. This means how difficult it is, and this means how capable this thing is. So that if the difficulty is high, the capability will have to match that ratio. The 2 is there in this chaos, which is here, the 2, which is the 12. It doesn't have any pressure. It is like that. So the 5 is the linear. The 5 is supposed to win. It's 64. Take out the difficulty, becomes 60. This is 57. Add the difficulty. Take out the difficulty. It will become 54. This is 46. Take out the difficulty. It will become 43. And then it will all fall. So I don't know whether it will go to these places. And up here, what can go wrong? $56. The only thing that can go wrong is this, that it is coming from gate number 11. That's 1. And it doesn't have the right fitment of the jockey. So that is one issue which is there. It doesn't have the right fitment of the jockey. All right. It is the highest. Ideally 1200 meter, it should be a cakewalk for 5. But is it a clear go? I would have liked it a lot more if this was within gate number 1 to 10. It is gate number 11 on a 1200 meter, which is not the right not the best of the arrangement. Not the best of the arrangement. Is it good? It is brilliant. Is it worth a shot? It is. Does it have risk? It has. And where that risk is coming from is because here, all right, it is here, the risk which is here. So what are the other worst thing that can happen? What are the other things that can happen? That is very difficult because I don't want to go in all that, because these are all whirlpools. So people think the 5 is going to win. The 5 is the linear, has everything that it should have to win. Here this was a bad state that we figured, but here it is not that case. Here the problem is jock, gait, delivery. That is the problem. So $162.48. These are best not to talk about. They're like that. So we'll not talk about them up till here. What else can go wrong? This is getting further. It has the physics. I mean, this can play very, very, very bad. Even this can play very bad. Let's hope it doesn't. Let's hope it doesn't. It is here, but the problem is the handicapping on the jock. Okay, here the two also had the same problem. The handicapping of the jock is kind of was a little weird on this. Here it is worse. This was still okay. Here it is 22. The best jocks are here. These three guys, 6, 2, and 12. All right. Here are the best jocks, all from outer gate, wider gate. And what else can go? Fair enough. This is a dedicated job. Let's just hope that he delivers. Let's just hope that he delivers. It's 60. This is 13 drop here, 39, 6, 11. Eight, 14, 13, 15, 6, 11. This thing doesn't need the rails. This thing doesn't need the rails. The 11. And the 7 is here. 93, 95. So what we'll see. I mean, the 5 is on papers. The 5 is very good. The horse is very good. There is no problem with the horse, but it doesn't have the best of the arrangement today. It doesn't have the best of the arrangement. If it wins, I mean, a 1200 meter, I would have preferred it way more if this was within 1 to 10 gate number. It is gate number 11. Numbers are fabulous on this horse. The pressure is there. It's the linear, should work, but it is not in the safest custody. It is not in the safest custody. Ideally, if what it is, then 5 and 2 are the 5 and 2 should happen. This is like there's nothing else. 5 and 2 should happen if everything works okay. But if it goes upside down, then we know why it went upside down, because this guy is not rightly handicapped. That's gate number 11. The delivery is less. In that case, both of them are upside down. In that case, there's a strong chance the 3 and here Mr. 11, Miss 11 will get in. This thing doesn't need the rails, okay? This thing doesn't need the rails. This thing doesn't need the rails. This one doesn't need the rails. It's a neutral. They generally do not win. Neutrals generally do not win. The 3 and this 8, okay? The 3 generally do not win. They will only win when things are upside down. I can't say this is upside down. There's a strong chance that the 5 will go through and the 2 will follow. So that's how things work, and that should happen. But the problem is both of them are from the wide gates. This one, the jockey handicapping is like that. The pressure is there. Brilliant hand, brilliant everything. Oh, we'll see how it works. Not comfortable with the arrangement. It's not going to be easy. The thing is, if it works, it is 5 and 2. But if it doesn't, then it is upside down. Downs, welcome back, Araman. Welcome back. Yeah, things can go wrong. Things can go wrong. Araman went for straight box. 5, 2, 15, 14. Caulfield. If it happens, then it is probably 5 and 2. But if it doesn't, then it is upside down. Which one? He still got third somehow. Oh, the 8, yes. The 8 was a strong one. I don't know why they played it like that. They had a very strong chance in getting into the second position. But, having said that, they also kind of missed the plot, I think. Okay, 2 at Rosehill. They kind of also missed the plot because the 5, they thought, ideally, I think they all have some amount of plan, some kind of a plan that they all have, the jocks, that, the favorite is going to be running like this, and I am going to be running like this. The favorite is going to win, or the linear is going to win, and I am going to come in second. But when the favorite and the linear goes upside down, then the next guy is all of a sudden out of a plan. He doesn't know what to do.
Start was full of merit.
Liam knows him particularly well. He's drawn quite a nice.
They're showing some other ground.
Into the yard, this girl, but she's settled more and more the longer that she's been in here, which is a really good sign, as there is a big atmosphere here today. Lovely moving filly. She's very strong. She looks like her fitness is exactly where it needs to be.
Luke Nolan on the 7, Vivid Sun, the remaining Moody Coleman galloper. Terrific at Hillside first up, and then started a $2.40 chance in the Jubilee.
With clear excuses as well. I mean, they decided to go forward. The race was really run her by the halfway. She had to do too much early work, and then I think was vulnerable late. It's set up well for Young. From that barrier today, she'll get a better run in transit. I think she's over the odds. She's $7. I think she's a fantastic chance with the right run.
Has the tongue tie going on for the first time today too, so that might be all that she needs to get those couple of lengths back on some of her counterparts here. She's got a great attitude, this girl. She handles herself so well on race day.
A Burst beat the older gallopers on Benella Cup Day.
That it did, and it was quite a nice performance as well by her nurse. In fact, the part about that win that I like with her was just she could hold a position. She sat in a position, she quickened off it nicely. Up to 1200 should also be suitable.
She's quite busy, this girl, but she is by frosted, and most of the progeny that I've had anything to do with are that little bit quirky, like what she's displaying here. Looks to work herself quite hard. She doesn't look like she's got any fitness benefit to come as she gets deeper into her prep.
9, Abuchi, Tom Stockdale aboard, has the Shadow A's form and comes through a Hillside maiden victory.
Nice performance, great ride on that occasion. Really got the perfect run and set up. Might not be so easy today, but once again, it's only her 4th career start. She should be a little bit better for that experience. So she needs to live. She might be a little bit big in the market.
She's started to break out in a little bit of a sweat, this girl, which is surprising because she's handling herself quite well mentally here. She looks really nice in regards to her condition, similar to how I saw her at Sandown recently.
10, Torsheen won a Moe maiden in late August. There's been a similar margin off Vivid Sun in their most recent clashes.
That's true, and I thought the last one, once again, talking about that speed in the race and the Jim Maloney probably took its toll on her. So back to 1200 might be a positive move as well.
She's another one with the tongue tie going on for the first time today, just to dot every I and cross every T. She looks well, this girl.
Of the 2 Stokes runners, Lucky Nindorf sticks with last start. Mornington maiden winner, 11 Sassy for sure.
Nice performance. It was sound. This is a much harder race. She'd had a few goes in maidens and built nicely with each performance. But she's going to need to improve a fair bit off that if she's going to win.
Seems to be quite well named, this girl. She had just the tiniest little piggery as she was walking around before. She looks in good condition, this girl. I don't think that she could be prepared much better than today.
Like she sticks with Barari, who was 2 lengths off Point Barrow 2 back.
Yeah, it was a nice performance. It was definitely closing late there and didn't have the best of runs at the Valley in that race while able to even held up in behind traffic. So the query today is where does she end up? There's no doubt she's got another nice race and I think she's a bit of value if you're looking for it.
She gets 2 ticks, 1 for her great attitude here today and 2 for her condition. I don't think that the team could have her going along much better than what she is. Probably needs to keep on improving, but she looks very good.
Lockie and Stephen King combined with Vanilla maiden winner, 13 Obscured.
They do, and good luck to the Kings, and it was a nice performance. But just a much harder race, but will help with that inside draw.
I am Immortal's doing such a good job as a stallion, and it's surprising he throws so much size and scope into his progeny. She's another one that fits that mould. She looks good.
Dave Pryor at Geelong, 14 quicker, Stay Bruder winner.
A good win, took position, gets a nice run today. Not the worst.
Looks well, this girl. Lovely dead jerk on her.
Mark Zara, a half kilo over on the 15 trade this week.
Here's another potential value runner as well. Really good clothing sectional. Started favourite, won well on debut.
Looks good, just on her toes. No surprise to see her there up with the pony.
Sheagle won this race a couple of years ago for Lindsay Park with Mick D in the saddle. Quality in behind. Excess, Miss Aria, Cheese, all shenanigans. Sarah Simon was 8th before winning. The Sandown Guineas with a great vista overlooking Melbourne from the southeast of Caulfield Racecourse. Good crowd building ahead of our second race on Caulfield Guineas Day. Hutchfield with Point Barrow, who's pretty short point.
Yeah, I think it's short with the map. She's got a good turn of foot. She might be too good for them, but I think if you're looking for the overs, it could be Vivid Sun. I think of that quite 5, 15, 12 and 7.
Here, Hutchie, Point Barrow for me, hard to go past her. She's a filly I've got a lot of time for. I thought she looked absolutely fantastic here. Of the rest, I thought Bane Girl and Vivid Sun both looked very well.
Point Barrow
So will be your market mover, the favourite, Amy's pick of the yard as well. Seems to be a lot of people to launch here for race 2. It surfs up nice and solid at the $5 there. Down the page here, Ferrari had some each way speaking just drawing up. Sassy for sure is the best back at an each way quote when you're playing your multis. So the top 2 in the market and also the 11 if you're playing your fixed odds exotics. Chris Waller, trainer watch, he's on fire. His last 8 winners from his 50. Look at that return on investment. Come on, man. He's got race 2 surfs up here. Buckaroo to cause the upset to treasure the moment. Lazura like a Lucy. Also in the Turak, Woderton and Autumn Boy in the feature and gumdrops. J-Mac on in the last. Chris Waller, your home trainer. What are you really gambling? Very profit interest for 1-800 or visit the website.
7 and 13.
She's been going so well for preparation.
Yeah, she has. She's real trainer form. She's got a good rhythm at home. She's a filly that could be a little contemporary early in her career, and she's really started to develop and mature. And it's probably a few of the blue points seem to be in that mould. They know what their job is early on, but then they just take a little while to fully mature, and she seems to be certainly going the right way.
Probably less than ideal when you've got a filly going so well and then you draw an ordinary gate like that.
5 is getting tailed.
Yeah.
It's a 3-year-old filly. It should not be a problem, but it is getting tailed.
Looks like there's genuine speed. First race, it was hard to know if they were making ground or whether that was tempo related. We're not going to change for this race. Probably a racing pattern, so to speak, and just let her get into a rhythm, and she'll hopefully be very strong later.
Good luck here, Sam.
Cheers.
Memories of Caulfield Guineas Day 2004 fresh in mind. Chris Muntz hoping to hit the target as a trainer here with Vane Girl. Chris, appreciate your time. Who's helping you out down south with your filly?
Tom's here, and they're staying at Gay Stable, so we got plenty of help. We got plenty of good advice.
How's her run in the Champagne prepped her up for this?
It's good. I thought her run was really good. She learned to win, and it's only the last 100 metres, 50 metres, she blew out of condition and wasn't beaten fast. So I thought she rated quite well there today.
Has Damien outlined a bit of a plan on how he wants to tackle things from the chute?
Oh, not really. I mean, I think she's pretty straightforward. She's got good speed. She's pretty fast, filly, so I don't think there's any use trying to change too much with her. I think she's pretty straightforward.
How do you find walking back here into these familiar surrounds, a place where you've enjoyed incredible success in October's past?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's very nostalgic, and it brings back a lot of good memories, I can assure you.
Hopefully another W to come here. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, great to see Chris Muntz on course today for this brilliant racing. And Amy, how about the crowd today? Brilliant, isn't it, to see all the nothing back, all the lovely colours out there, and sharing their respective customers. It's going to be great, though.
No, it's great, isn't it? And great to see Chris Muntz down here on this side of the fence too. He looks like he's still right at his riding weight up here. Probably wouldn't be too far for him to jump on board and give his horse a good steer himself, but a lot of these fillies are all up and about, aren't they? And why shouldn't they be? The sun's on their back. It's a big occasion, and the crowd, as we've said, is really, really big here. It's fantastic to see such a great atmosphere here on Caulfield Guineas Day.
I was going to ask you about that because a few of these haven't had a lot of racing. Certainly wouldn't have been to the races with a crowd like this, so it is a different experience for you.
Yeah, absolutely, and you could see that they were all sort of feeling it a little bit. They're all, lightly raced fillies, and they're entitled to be a little bit excitable. And I think with all of them, they were within normal limits, is the way that I'd probably describe it. No one was doing anything that was probably going to hinder their performance, but they were definitely feeling the atmosphere, and why not? It feels great out here.
It sure does. They are starting to load up here for the second event, Thoroughbred Priceless Way of Play, over the 1,200 metres. There's a 50 to 1 chance. Won't be on before a start. Point Barrow will be the horse that will start favourite. Here's our race fuller.
So, Hutchie, thank you very much. Looking forward to the running of this one. The Thoroughbred Club of Australia plates. Some very promising fillies here. Vane Girl had a really good pipe opener there at the Valley.
That was... Let's see.
Vane Girl's going to have the tactical advantage, and predominantly in pink, and the owner's dressed up.
If it goes upside down, it goes upside down.
Down in the yard. Now, Prestige Schnitzel walks forward. Prestige Schnitzel is in, surfs up, the black distinguishing caps, ordered by James McDonald. From the peak, comes up to the field set. Race number 2 of the 1,200s. Plenty of noise at the gates. Feel these fillies on their toes. They stand well. Ready. Gates crashing away. Trey Magnifique away fairly. A burst out well with Sassy for sure. And Van Girl on the outside. Ferrari not too far away. Unobscured and also driving through quick as using their speed from low draws. So the leader Van Girl from Ferrari. Unobscured third the inside. Followed by a Bucci quick as. A length in the field of Merce. And they were followed next by Prestige Schnitzel on the inside. Surf's Up is back behind those horses. Then came Vivid Sun, Tor Sheen. Well back in the field, Sassy for sure. Point Barrow getting back to second last, and Trey Magnifique is at the end. 5.50 out. Vain Girl is the leader. By a length, Ferrari. Unobscured third, Abucci. 4-3 wide. A length, Quick as a Merce. Followed by Prestige Schnitzel. Vivid Sun Surfs Up. Well back, Sassy for sure. Point Barrow's going to be the widest. Tor Sheen well back with Trey Magnifique.
Jesus Christ.
250 metres to go. She's a good 2. 3 lengths in front of Unobscured Ferrari, and Point Barrow's now flying. Vain Girl, 100 metres to go. 2 lengths in front. Point Barrow wearing her down. Vain Girl, flat line. Point Barrow. Double Vain Girl. Again with the field in.
Got it. 5-5.
Well, there's a proper motor under Point Barrow. Sailing past Vain Girl, who, as Chris Muntz outlined pre-race, led fast horse would be far. But she looked like she had it shot to bits, but Point Barrow finally got things pointed in the right direction, and what a thrill for Daniel Stackhouse.
5.
Maiden Group 1 victory later on this afternoon.
I think it's 5-2 and then 6.
The back to claim the thoroughbred
or 5-6 and 2.
And more targets in stakes grades awaiting her. Surfs Up, and Vain Girl likely to find out the minors hush.
5-2, Adam. I think it is 5-2. I think it is 5-2. Let's just wait and see what they say.
Unfortunately, there was enough time for that momentum to reel in the leader, but she's very much...
No. 5-6. 5-6-2. 5-6-2.
They just gapped the rest of them. And it was nice to see one settle back in the field. She was on the 3-wide trail. Very last turning in.
2-3.
She has absolutely...
2 got burnt out.
So to Charlotte, see if Dan Stackhouse.
Yeah, that was a big grin there from Stacky. Did you feel the electricity of that crowd as you flew over that winning post line?
Yeah, I was just making sure I got the job done first, and then I heard the crowd, so I put a big smile on my face.
I don't think I've heard a crowd erupt like that for quite some time. That was really popular, and special in these colours.
Yeah, exactly right.
I'll get the numbers. Hold on.
She's pretty special.
He's got a...
The 2 got burnt out. They were raving that horse like nobody's business. I'll show you what happened. Let me get the numbers first. 5, 6, 2 and 14. 5, 6, 2 and 14. 5, 6, 2 and 14. So, first and the second linear, they came in together and the 2 got burnt out. Why? Because they were raving that horse like nobody's business. The strategy on the 5 was good. Though it was getting tailed and all that, it was good. But the 2, they raved it so badly from the gates, it was not a horse to be raved. It could have done this anyway, even if you do not rave it. But who was on to Damien Lane? And he's been Damien Lane has been doing this in various tracks. He's been doing that. Even on Wednesday, they were talking about what Damien Lane is doing. Certain things are not expected from this gentleman, but he's doing this. On Wednesday, if you remember, we were at Kensington, and even then they were talking about the same thing. So yeah, the first and the second linear, then came this. That generally shouldn't be the case. It is the second position. But he just thought, I'll win. That's a bad idea. Anyway, that happened. We'll go to the next. Three. 9538. So this race is not a handicapped race. Okay, this is not handicapped. This is a free will race. This one is not like here we have a linear, the second linear, and all that. But here we don't have those things. So the way it goes is like this. If there was a linear, if we don't have a linear, but if there was a linear, it would have been 6. Okay. And this is the EW. This is the EW. So since we don't have the linears, I just mark them red and pink. And none of them are handicapped as such. So this would have been the linear if there was a linear, the 6. But this is in a very bad state. This best not to talk about that at this point of time. If we look at the 9, the one that they're talking about is this, that this is like that. Here also the 64 went through. And this one came in second. That's the second linear, all right? First and the second linear. They came in together and the two just lost the plot today. Here, there is nothing, but we will have to go with the progressive rating, which is here. The 9 is the top notch, which comes through the rail, and the difficulty is huge, but the progression is also huge. So even if we take out the difficulty, it becomes what, 104. This we take out, it becomes 102. Okay. And that is how the pressure allocation is. So for The only one which is under pressure is this one, the 5. That is the only one which has somewhat pressure on this horse. There's somewhat, but that's very weird. It'll not work, and it is a 2400 meter. So the 2400 meter is best if we had a 5-year-old mare, which we don't have, unfortunately. And this is the youngest one, right? This is the youngest, and with a lot of advantage. The 3 definitely has the highest advantage, which is good. But for that horse, that kind of an advantage is a lot. So what is I mean, it should go with the age. I have nothing else. Anything else is so the 8. This is less. That means the pressure is building up on this horse. Okay, it's a 6-year-old gelding. It is a horse where the pressure is building up. This is the highest pressure. Then we have those 9-year-olds and 7-year-olds, 6-year-olds, and all that is there. This is the youngest. Then 5 is the other one, but there's this 10 4-year-old horse. It's not a great idea. 9 is okay, fair enough. And after that, anything is possible because this is not handicapped. And if it is not handicapped, then it is what? Then probably it is jocks. And I mean, the 3 best jocks are here. 958. The 3 is an 8-year-old, has a lot of advantage. 6, 5, 5. This is the EW anyway, because this is I mean, if we consider, if we look at the pressure point here, this is the largest drop. All right. So ideally, what should happen? This had to be a linear. Then 3 and 2 could have made a pact. It could have worked, but if we look at the difference, I mean, this is an 8-year-old. It has advantage. That is 100. You take out 5, it'll become 95. It'll still be 102, 103, something on those lines, 104. And it is a much younger horse with a lot of advantage on that horse. So the odds are not wrong. The odds are not wrong on 9. I mean, it's not handicapped. It is not handicapped. They're going to run free will. They all have the same weight, that almost, apart from a few. This one probably. This one. Apart from a few, they all almost carrying the base weight which they're carrying, and that's what it is delivering. And this is where it stands. It's good. 9 is good. Should work. The rest, everything is hazy. Because they are all going to run free will. And if they run free will, then the highest progression should work. So 9-8 is a possibility. 9-2 is a possibility. All that is there. The 5 has pressure. Will it be able to deliver with that kind of a management is very difficult to assume. They generally don't. So out of these two, this is an 8-year-old gelding. I don't know what it'll do. It has a lot of advantage. Then it is here probably. So this is 102. You take out the difficulty, it'll become what? 97. And this will become 102. So 97 versus 102, but this is definitely, I mean, it's an EW anyway, so probably there is a chance that the two might get through. Probably, but it is very difficult to assume at this point of time. Why? Because none of them are handicapped. And if the rails do not matter on 2400 meters, the rail will not matter. The rail will not matter. And I don't know what that 6-year-old mare will do. It's not in a great shape, but that is like that. If there was a linear, this would have made the linear. This would have made the linear. We'll see how it works. Yeah, 5 to 15 14s. Nine 5 4 Dows. Dows is on fire. "36 weeks. Steve.
Hasn't had a lot of success.
It's very difficult when you have the whirlpool to contradict the whirlpool. There are people who are absolutely genius who are sitting with this. All right, that was Arman Caulfield X3 954X 954 954. Okay. Five is the only one which is, but I hope you've seen what they do, Arman. They kind of. Yeah, the 9 is the youngest. It is a 4-year-old gelding, 2400 meter with a lot of advantage. The only thing that, at times I don't know how to explain this, but, when you look at some horses and you see what they are, it feels like they're opportunists. So I'll show you what the 9 is looking like. The 9 looks like an opportunist, all right? The 9 is a very lightly raced horse. It's a very lightly raced horse. It's not that it is great in performance. It is not that it is great in performance, but I think what they do is they put this horse in some very specific races, like this one, where it has a short shot of winning. Rest everything is like this. But is it a great horse? Is it a good horse? The if you look at the resume, it doesn't look like that. It is an opportunist horse, which is like very, very well managed. This horse is. It may not be the greatest, it may not be the best. All right, you put this horse on a 1200 meter, it'll be nowhere. You put this horse on a 1200 meter, it'll be nowhere. But or you put this horse in a 2400 meter with some other contenders who are not like this, it'll be nowhere. But I think it is very well managed. This horse is, the management on this horse is fabulous. And if you look at the arrangement, I mean, it doesn't have a competition. The other 4-year-old is here, which is a horse. I don't know whether it'll bite the, jock or not. It can bite the jock. So that is that. It is not also in a great shape, but that's the other 4-year-old. And this is... So I think, this is very well managed, that horse is. It very cleverly and carefully it
Let's have a look at the top of the market. Plymouth, hard fit now after the last victory. Is your favourite at $3.90. But Whiskey on the Hill, the bet back with Sportsbet punters holding more money. $5.53.90 back out to $4.20. Can Young Verta run a strong 2400 and Brayton Star? They're soft in the market, but holding reasonably to their opening quote. Terramansor, the genuine stayer. Tricky game for him. He'll have to get back and wind up out to $9 the whole of the market. Now, the best backed at a price, Post Impression, as you know, he's a genuine stayer, $12,950. And also Smoking Romans, he's the top weight. He carries weight, but he's a genuine stayer and he'll take catching. Says the market is into $12 to cause the blowout. What do you really get? Free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
This Mountain Yard is brought to you by the 2025 Melbourne Boat Show, October 16 to 19.
First of the stakes races of the Caulfield Cup Carnival for 2025, the 131st running of the Sportsbet Herbert Power Stakes over the Caulfield Cup trip of 2,400 metres. It's been a Group 2 since 1981 and up now for $400,000 in prize money. It was a Mark Cornella last year as Herman Hess saw off. Akita Sushi and the Mar team are represented with a number of aspirants, including the one Smoking Romans, an easier assignment than the Underwood Hutch.
It certainly is, yeah, back down in that class, and that'll certainly help his cause. So he's not the horse he was as a 9-year-old, but he's still consistent in an open race. He could easily make his presence felt.
He's taken a nice improvement with every run. This preparation, he came in quite big and burly. His foot's still not there, but it's one more thing that has improved.
To Post Impressionist, 12th in this race last year, off a 6th in the Archer. That's where he finished this year, albeit 2 lengths closer to Rivellaro.
I thought he closed off all right second up. And third run in, he should be ready now. If he could recapture anything like some of his old figures, he's more than capable of winning this race. So definite each-way contender.
He looks outstanding in the yard. It's the best he's looked all preparation by far.
3 is Young Verta. He's 27th in the order of entry for the Caulfield Cup. He comes off yet another Turnbull run.
There's a lot more respect in the market with him. He's 650 as opposed to the hundreds he went around in the Turnbull where he was far from straight as well. And that sort of effort might be good enough to be competitive here. The market certainly thinks so.
Can't fault his parade. He's a very, very fit horse, fit stage of his preparation. He's got a great attitude. Looks well.
Arman.
Desperately needing to find some of what he showed in his first
490, 49.
There's no doubt he's been extremely disappointing. He's beaten one horse home in 2 races, the Heatherly and the Naturalism. So he has a fair amount to improve.
He bounced into the yard with the blinkers on today for the first time. So hopefully that's a good sign that he's going to improve, because he needs to improve lengths on what he has been doing.
To the 5 in Whiskey on the Hill, who's not nominated for the Caulfield Cup, has 51 in the Melbourne Cup, and he won the listed Ansett Classic at Mornington.
It was a slowly run race, but he showed the best turn form. He's in form, he's consistent, he's won 6 for 20, he likes Caulfield, so there's no knock on him.
His parade's pretty much perfect. He couldn't be in any better physical shape than what he is today.
6, Lastochka, she was beaten 4 lengths at Mornington.
Another big price runner and another runner that really needs to improve. Plenty to find on the slowly run effort at Mornington behind Whiskey on the Hill, and this race, but still has a bit to find off.
She has a minor race in the 770 odd days. She looks well, but she has done all prep.
7 is the map. She ran 5th in last year's Open Power.
And she needs to improve another one that hasn't won in over 500 days. And I feel her better days might be behind us, so she has to lift.
Tongue tie goes on again today, so hopefully that can see her finish a little bit closer to them. I do think she's improved since I saw her last start at Flemington.
8, Braden Starr, 7th and 4th in this race the past 2 years.
Of those that haven't won in a while, and 7:42 days for Braden Starr. But I think he's going well. I think there's been excuses on the allocation for him. He's coming half a point in the market with the right run, 53 kilos. Craig Williams, you can certainly figure.
Well, he definitely looks well enough to be running better than what he has been. His condition is excellent.
9 is Plymouth, coming off a last start victory in the Benalla Cup.
Son of the awesome son, he's got more upside than most. No issue with him up in tribute. Settle handy. I like the win in the Benalla Cup.
4.
Tenacity, and I think he hopefully gets a good run.
I'll show you, Arrow
I
Man.
wasn't never afraid to change things up, even when horses are winning. The winkers come off today, and the blinkers go on after his Benalla Cup win. He's moving great, this horse.
10 Scary, another who's not nominated for the Caulfield Cup, but in the first Tuesday of November nominations, the Yendelin conversation with the Browns, 2nd to Whiskey on the Hill at level weights.
So you're talking about 4. 4 is from gate number 11, 7-year-old gelding.
Will suit him. He was back into $4 versus the eventual Whiskey on the Hill on the day. Today you're getting 18, so it's a case to be made.
That's where it stands.
I feel like his record should read better than having only won the one race. He looks brilliant here today. He's got such a great attitude for an entire this guy.
That is where it stands.
Nicely, Winter Fitness, and then 2 good spring runs. 5th in the Archer for Lockie Neindorf. 3rd in the Colin Stevens.
Yeah, ready, going well, and it's another age of gallop. He seems like he's ready to put in another solid performance.
Not
He looks like he's definitely here to go on this side.
Not in the radar, but if you get it for some reason, I'm sure you have done your maths, and I don't know what it is, but it is not looking like it is there in the radar. But let's say if you get it, then you are the man. Are man.
Whiskey on the Hill, there's no knock on the last start winner. Scary seems a bit big with that Whiskey on the Hill form, but I didn't think this was all that easy. 9, 2, 5, and 10.
On top from the yard from me to 5, Whiskey on the Hill. He looks fantastic. This horse couldn't fold his parade. It's about as perfect as you can get. Very good horse, lovely type. Looks excellent.
What the?
When he needs to, but hopefully things work out for him.
You got a good man on board in Damien Lane. What were their discussions pre-race?
I don't like it. He's written him a few times before. He's done a fair bit of work on him, so just leave it up to him. He's drawing well, so just hopefully he jumps away, puts himself into the race, and he'll be there about.
What is that? 5.
Thank you.
Okay, Plymouth tightens up now into $3.90. Good battle at the top of the market between Plymouth and also Whiskey on the Hill. Now, there was some specking there for Braden Starr as well. So 9 and 5. The 8 was spec. Into $6, Braden started causing upset, and looking down the page, Post Impressionist sneaking back out to the $10, and also Smoke and Romans there, the two genuine stayers. So punters are sort of sitting on their heels here. They can't quite work this race out. Who's going to stay the trip the best? All right, so $3.90 the field. Same race, multi-race. You're getting plenty of value. What are you really gambling with? Common interest support.
John, 353. 3
This all comes back from the placing in the Colin Stevens to tackle that overpower Philip.
Yeah, possibly. I mean, that's the only one with pressure, but those guys don't deliver much. I don't know. John, the thing is that 9 is like a very clever management. It's a very smart management on that 9.
Very fit, as I mentioned.
I was actually looking at the entire thing on that 9. It looks like it's a very very clever thing on the 9.
Last run was very good.
Is it a great horse? No, it is not. It'll probably get into trouble the moment you put it into a race with the right contenders. But it doesn't race like that. It is very choosy. It is very cleverly placed, very well managed.
Drops 2.5 kilos. It will be written by Lucky Nindorf. It's about to have a chat with Charlotte.
Yeah, hi, Lockie. First of all, how good's this crowd? Gives you a real buzz when you're out here and you can hear them all cheer you on when you're going to Barry. All bad timing there. He's just swig of water.
Yeah, it does. Lovely crowd today. It's a nice day for it too.
Risky monkey business, yes. Horsey business.
You haven't been this guy during the week, but you are.
Adaman, we are in the horsey business.
Going, so confidence levels?
Yeah, confident actually. In great order, this horse. He looks a picture. It's a horse that just gets better the more racing and the deeper it gets into a prep. And he's
right now, 5 is the favorite.
And if we get the gaps at the right time, don't worry, it'll be there.
Let's hope they're cheering you over that line. Well,
thank you.
They're a good combination, Lockie and Phillip. They've got about a 19% strike rate as well when they have a lot of that association. Nigel obviously would have been an SA, but he's done well, Lockie, since coming over and, applying his trade here. It's a tough environment. He came over as a younger rider, but now back here on a full-time basis with more experience under the belt.
Yeah, unfortunately misses the chance to ride in Caulfield Guineas later on this afternoon, given Regal Award, the second emergency. Didn't make his way into the field. If you are just tuning into our coverage for the first time on Caulfield Guineas Day, we were said to have a full field of 16 in the Guineas, but the scrunching of Vegas for luck, who had a stable incident a little bit earlier on this morning, reduces Matt Laurie's complement in the race down to 2. And, of course, given the timings, a couple of hours late for one of our emergencies to get a run at the race.
A real shame too, because I thought that was, Navy pilots were well made from the central party of Breath of St. Paul, probably as good, if not better, a run in the last lead up. So a live chance there, and of course we feel for connections that have come out. There's not really much, you always think back, can anything different happen? I mean, the time is what it is, get scratch a certain time. It's just
pray to the horse god, Adaman, pray to the horse god.
It's this, as we see a little bit happening with Plymouth. It's a matter of Ben Mellon trying to do what he's typically done on Smoke and Romans and control things from the front.
It's interesting. I found this race really difficult because you've got some horses that have got good enough form. And on that note, we'll just check out what is happening before I give those thoughts. So, Charlotte, any news from behind the stalls?
Yeah, the bonus being behind here, you can get across what's happening behind the gates. All they're doing is resaddling this horse. So obviously the saddle had just slipped a little bit. It is quite a small saddle, and just making sure that's correctly on before Jamie gets back on again. But all okay here. The loading process will get underway shortly.
Just getting back to the notes, it was a hard race. There's a lot of capable horses in this field. There's a lot of them that haven't won ever more. They could turn it around today. Some of them have been racing against some of them are genuinely going well. There's absolutely zero knock on the favourite. It was solid the other day, and of course, now Plymouth got starting to get out of there.
Chicky on the 11.
There's not much between it. It's about 20 cents between it. Like, basically going to jump in the
focus. Some of these, it's here and now. We've got post-impressionist, young Verta, Braden Star, and Plymouth are in the
possible. That is. I mean, this one. The problem is, it is not a handicapped race. This is not handicapped. So they're going to be running free. In that case, the jockeys have a very, very big advantage. The best jock.
Terrific. It was interestingly scary here after it did pull there at Mornington in a race where the pace wasn't on. Whiskey on the Hill getting over the top of it there. Plymouth, the Vidala Cup form was strong enough. Tough race though. Distinguishing cap on the Stockstack going forward.
The old boy, 9-year-old.
The last few get separated. Star is placed.
Yeah.
Most impressionist is going to be the next one.
These are like exhibition races, I think these are like exhibition races. We have these kind of races here in India as well. The exhibition races where, things are like this.
Field set for the Herbert Power. Time-honoured contest here on yesterday. And away, an Earl of Tyrone skipped in the air like a kangaroo in the first stride or two and is going back towards the end from that outside draw. Young Verta jumped well with Braden Star, Plymouth, and Smokin' Romans. Whiskey on the Hill is on the rails, and in post-impressionist Tara Man saw the Stotch that scared.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Last Earl of Tyrone. At the judge, Smokin' Roman steadily working.
One is that 9-year-old gilding.
Keen on the inside and kicks up. They were followed by
Let's go.
The trail.
One is the 9-year-old.
The Onset Classic winner. Followed by young Verta at the 1900 metres. 2 lengths Tara Mansour and Post-Impressionist. A couple of lengths to Scary, Lastotchka, and then came
18953.
1600 metre marker. Eventually, Smokin' Romans went to the front and just bowls out here from Braden Star as they really slow it on. Whiskey on the Hill on the inside of Plymouth, and they were followed by young Verta. Tara Mansour on the rails from Post-Impressionist, 3/4 of a length to Scary. Then came Lastotchka, Earl of Tyrone is on the rails, and at the end is the map. They climb the hill with 1,300 metres to go, and it's Smokin' Romans, the toppy, leading out.
Granny's race.
Up the hill from Braden Star. They were followed by Plymouth third the outside. Whiskey on the Hill a half length away fourth.
John gets very angry with me on these races. He calls me ageist.
A quarter Scary. Then came Lastotchka, second last Earl of Tyrone, and last of all is the map as they swing to the railway side of Caulfield. 950 metres to go. Smokin' Romans in front, virtually left alone by a length to Braden Star, and they're 2 lengths in front of Plymouth, who's had every chance outside of Whiskey on the Hill, who just needs a little bit of luck in the last 700 metres. Now Post-Impressionist has set a lane 3 deep and is zooming up on the outside. Young Verta is in sixth and getting going too. Then came Lastotchka, Tara Mansour, Scary, the map, and at the tail Earl of Tyrone. It's on now. Smokin' Romans, 450 metres to go, headed off by Braden Star. Then came on the outside, Post-Impressionist, Plymouth. Whiskey on the Hill needs a run badly, and he looks to be travelling. Followed further back by young Verta. Braden Star at the 250. Whiskey on the Hill can't get a run. Plymouth on the outside moves up and takes Braden Star. Whiskey on the Hill trying to get through. Plymouth goes to the lead. Plymouth with Braden Star fighting back. Whiskey on the Hill will have a go. Braden Star has just beaten Plymouth and a luckless Whiskey on the Hill. Behind those horses, Smokin' Romans.
What happened there?
Not too far away from those.
8-8.
Followed then by Earl of Tyrone, Scary, the map, young Bert,
895.
Lastotchka.
7th and 4th in the Herbert Power the past 2 years. Braden Star claims it at his third attempt.
All the jocks.
His spot in next Saturday's feature Caulfield Cup. He's at 28 in the order of entry with 51 kilos pre-race. In all likelihood, we're going to see
895.
Young next Saturday afternoon.
This was a jockey race.
Colours. Of course, and Mirage Dancer run well in the Caulfield Cup in recent years. They'll have every confidence they can bring Braden Star here to be a factor next week. 895 and a photo to come.
The 8 actually beat the 9, 895. So if we look at the jocks, that's that 895. That's where it landed. The 5 is like, 67% bleeding. They kind of are. They kind of are very weird. They kind of are very weird. They don't deliver much, that 5. They're financially bleeding. The 9 is anyway not a great horse. This is like it's like this, that they're very opportunist kind of a. This is a very opportunist kind of a horse. But the management did not work today on that horse. The 8 kind of beat it out. So why that happened? Because it is like that. That horse is like that. They try to get into these races. This is what it is. The 2 did not get there. It was racing, but it did not get there. But it went all to the jocks. 8958, 895. We'll go to the next. Four has been scratched, so we don't have 4. 52612. It should happen. The 5 should happen. But this is again with Damian Lane. He is he's doing funny stuff. He is doing funny stuff. So what could go wrong? All right, it's a 1600 meter. This thing is good, but if he does that same thing that he did here with that horse, which was supposed to come in second here or wherever, if he raves that horse again, then it'll be bad. It's a 6-year-old mare. It's a 6-year-old mare. But if he does that again, Damian Lane is becoming a little problematic. Damian Lane is becoming a little problematic. But it should happen. I mean, the numbers are right. The 5 should happen. The 12 should get in. Then the 11 should get in. That should happen. The 10 is here. 4 drops drastically. 75. Oh. Six is Craig Williams. This thing is a threat. It is kind of it doesn't fit the bill. That 3 doesn't fit the bill, but it's a drop. It's a very bad drop, but we'll see how it works. The 5 should work. Okay, it should work. The 5 is not. Should be 5, 12, and 6. This is again as the 5 from gate number 6, 6-year-old. This is from gate number 12, 6-year-old. Difficult. These two are 3-year-old, 5-year-old mares. That's okay. But what might go wrong in this? This one is an 8-year-old mare. This is a 4-year-old mare. It doesn't look like it will create a problem. It doesn't look like it's in a shape to create a problem, but you never know. That is the game of horse racing. It doesn't look like it is able to create a problem today, but and why I'm saying this is because see, the 5 is the linear. I mean, we know the linear is the linear. The linear will do the job. Up till 2000 meters, it is no problem. The gate number is 5, fantastic. Everything looks good. It fits the bill perfectly. There's no problem. The 5 is fabulous. But here is the problem. The problem is it's a 1600 meter and it is Mr. Damien Lane who's going to be riding this. And if he raves it like nobody's business, then I don't know, things can go wrong. So yeah, the 5 looks good. It's the linear. The 12 should come in second. That is also there. And this one is the next in pressure. I will not be surprised if the first and the second linear, they come in together. It's a 1600 meter. They're quite capable of doing that. Let's see how it works. 5 looks good. Granny's race.
And this is a good market. Punters are getting stimulated here on the sports bet. Our vote to $2.70. She was terrific in the Rupert Clark first up. It went up $8. Snap into $4.20. See What I See was back in winning form last start, leaning on speed into $5.50. 10 into $8.50 to $9. Bondalawi off that flashing run last start. Bond Mistress rumbled against some roughies that have been split. The top three in the market, really good money we're holding, and it's O2 Good and also Jenny Lala, and See What I See dominating, as a matter of fact. So, same race multi-time, more places, more places, more places. All Australian tracks, check it out, just click the little toggle there, same race multi, and your more places multi, and you'll have a lot of fun. Up to half of the field, and we'll work out your odds, as you can see there on your rider screen. What are you really getting? For anybody to support. 1-800 number, or visit the website.
First of the World Pool races on Caulfield Guineas Day is the Group 3 Catnars.
These are the World Pools. 4 to 10.
And 13, and on Guineas Day for the third consecutive year. Horse 1 is rumbled again here off a 6 feet, 5 legs in the stocks.
Yeah, what about
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. I have to. I'll be back in a jiffy.
Yeah, she is. She will win this girl. She's turned up similar to how she has done all this preparation. She's a lovely, honest girl.
Well, the Group 3 summoned at this track and trip tail end of last spring. 2 is Jenny Lala, resumed with a credible effort in the Rupert Clark.
Yeah, been well supported in the market as well. It was a really nice run, obviously. Started $91, much more winnable race today, and she's $4.20 in the market. She'll get the right, hopefully get the right run from the Blake Shin.
Her second up record is appalling, which is surprising. She looks particularly well here in the yard today.
Blake Shin's ridden the 3 Gala Queen at her last 3 starts. As he goes on, Jenny Lala. Luke Nolan's aboard. It was a return to form of sorts.
It was a nice performance. Of course, beat Near at Liberty, but it was so brave earlier in the opening race. So that sort of performance would see her run well. It's a tougher assignment, but only a 12th career start this there by deep field.
She looks fantastic. She definitely gets a tick from the yard. She's moving beautifully. Big, powerful girl. The coat is absolutely beautiful.
Well, Molly Bloom, scratching likely to contest tomorrow's Speedball Cup. 5 is O2 Good. Plays in the Let's Alone to 0. We'll see the track later
on today. Lands in a nice spot and a race with not quite as much pressure, which is one of the benefits of that.
She's got synthetic hoof filler on for the first time today, and I usually take no notice of this, but looking at her feet here, it's quite a considerable amount. She must have lost a bit of wool at some stage throughout the week and pulled a shoe off, so that's a little bit of a concern for me. Other than that, if it is okay, you take on trust that it is, because she's here and she looks fantastic.
Damien Lane back on O2 Good. Craig Williams had ridden her in the stocks, but he sticks with the 6. See What I See, who also returned to form, winning the Gold Nugget at Ballarat.
She'd built up such an impressive CV in the early part of her career, putting a string of wins together in that third preparation. That, good to see her back, that is for sure. And no doubt she could improve further off that if she can. She's right at the gun.
She's a lovely athletic mare. This girl looks like she's at her peak today in regards to fitness.
7 is Matron Bullwinkle, the sole runner in the race, tackling her first up.
Shouldn't need the run, I think, fresh up. She has 1, 2, 5, so I'm a little reluctant to say it, but these days, as a 7-year-old, perhaps won it over 700 days, maybe she'll just be better with the run over further.
I'd probably agree with you there, Hutchie. Looks to me that she does have a little bit of improvement to come. She is in beautiful, healthy condition, though.
A Terra Star backing up from last Saturday's Group 2 Labour at Flemington.
Even sort of run. She's had a bit of racing lately. I think she's performing to her level. That level at the moment wouldn't be good enough to win.
She's very
All
good.
right, I'm
She's
back.
been up for a long time. This girl looks very similar to how I've seen her all prep.
Moving in, the 9 is also on the back up from last week.
And pretty plain on Miraval Rose. Not a lot of excuses found because she settled well enough, and I thought she needed to run through the line a little better, so not for me.
She looks well enough to run an okay race here. Her condition's good. I can't fault it if you like what she has been doing on form.
Bit to lean on with the chances of the 10 Bond Mistress, who has a good second up profile and resumed in good fashion in lesser grade.
Yeah, look, I think Definitely an interesting runner, that's for sure. Bond Mistress off the back of that first start run, hit the line well behind Steel Trapper, was stripped thinner, and I think big suited. Yes, could be a nice value chance. Of those around the 20-1 mark, this could be the one.
I think she looks fantastic. I gave her a huge push at Sandown recently. I thought it was the best that I've ever seen her look, and she's come on from that. So I think that she's here in peak condition today.
11 XPT, another who is second up, coming via a race on Benalla Cup though.
Never got into it there, but closed off okay. Just really had a good end to last preparation. Actually, the whole campaign was pretty good, but this is a harder assignment.
It is a tough assignment for this girl, but she's been prepared nicely for it.
12 is Pondalawi, 3 consecutive 1,400 metre runs to commence her, bringing now steps to the mile for the first time.
She's nearly ready to win one Pondalawi, but I would prefer probably at Flemington rather than Caulfield. She's a get-back horse, like the back up. She hit the line beautifully last week, so yeah, she's ready to win.
She has been trending in the right direction all prep, this girl, and I do feel like she's hit her peak today.
13 is Moonlight Circus, and she is over a month between runs.
Campaign through the winter, but you're right. So there's some residual there, a little bit of a gap between that last run. Nice mare. I think there's more races for her. It's just a 7th career start. I'd be interested to see how she goes on her toughest assignment thus far in her career.
I've always had a lot of time for this girl. I've found her on top most starts this preparation. She looks beautiful again today. Her coat couldn't be any better than that.
Rumbled again, 4th last year behind Grins in the bell for Danny O'Brien and Damien Lane, Private Legacy and See You in Heaven. Filled the minors, Wishful Lass defeated Barty's Foxy Frida the year prior. 0-2 good in search of a valued stakes win. Come here in the Catnose Jewelers Vase Group 3 level 1.
Yeah, I think she looks really well placed. I like Damien Lane on board with that barrier. He's got some options there. He should get a beautiful run, and it's a great story with this mare. So hopefully this good story continues. See what I see. She's got some serious upside. Jenny Lala's been really well back. It's Pondalawi, like I said, pretty much ready to win now. 5, 6, 2 and 12.
I'm going to go a little bit left field here. Bond Mistress for me. I thought she looked the best I've ever seen her when she ran first up recently. She ran absolutely huge. I think she looks even better today. So I think that she could give them a real shake at a good price here. I love 0-2 Good. I really do. She's one of my favourite horses. Just a little bit concerned about the amount of synthetic hoof filler on her feet today. It would be a little bit of a concern, but condition-wise, she looks amazing. Pondalawi also looks good.
Okay, there we have it. And the runners are starting soon to make the way up the track. They haven't commenced proceedings as far as that's concerned just as yet, but the horse on screen there is a very interesting runner, Bond Mistress, co-track, Casey Keys with Amy.
Thanks for your time, Case, Bond Mistress. Well, I think it's as good as I've ever seen her. You're the trainer, you tell me. Is she absolutely flying like she looks?
She is. I can't fault her at all. She's just in a really happy place at the moment.
You must have been so pleased with her resuming run of the preparation.
Yeah, she'd been working well, so it was good to see her actually return that way. I mean, with mares, you never know how long you're going to get with them, so it was good to see her back.
A little bit of a sticky draw today. What do you do from that gate?
Yeah, hopefully naturally we'll sit a little bit closer today, being hopefully midfield, and just get a bit of cover, and if she can settle, we'll be right in it.
She's my pick of the yard, Case. I hope she can do us both proud. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
20 into 19 there. Okay, for Amy's pick of the yard, Bond Mistress, pre-race interview. Let's go back up to the top of the market and check it out now, because there's a good battle. 0-2 Good is holding firm. Jenny Lala's been the best backed at the price. 8,420. And
EW59.
back out to 440. See what I see is nice and firm at 550. A little trim up for Pondalawi, tricky gate. Where will she get to? At $9.50, and there's your blowout. So your numbers are 5, 2, 6, 12, and 10 if you're playing your fitness odds exotics or your same race bulkies. Get your bets on punters. What are you really gambling with? Frank, support. Call 1-800 number or visit the website.
Glorious spring day in Melbourne, and conditions are fantastic here at Caulfield. So a little bit of wind about. Not sure that's having a massive impact, but a good story in this race is the mare See What I See, Nige, and I know you're going to catch up with Danny O'Brien, our trainer.
Yeah, Danny's with us, Hutch, searching for back-to-back wins in the Catnose Jewelers Vast after Grinsinger Bell took it out 12 months ago. Danny, what's the verdict on where See What I See is compared to where she was when, of course, putting that picket fence together earlier on in her career?
Looks, yeah, 12, well, the better part of 12 months off, so she always had a bit of improvement in her coming into second run, and she showed good improvement. It was very good winning at Ballarat. She looks to my ideal to improve against, and no, I think she'll be right back to her best.
The significant injury that she did suffer, but clearly no soundness issues to have her happy enough presented on a track like today?
Yeah, it wasn't that. It was just a bit of a tiny stress fracture, so just the time thing. It's never really dramatic, but we. No, I'm going to tell them we're happy to take as long as it took, and probably go like 6 months longer than we had to. But with the spring in mind, we just sort of spaced her through the winter, and she, was entitled to be a bit rusty first up, but she was good second up, and I'm sure she can be good again today.
Have you got this as a stepping stone to something over the Flemington Carnival like a matriarch?
Yeah, that's right. The Testio at Moody Valley's the 2,000 metre group 3, and then the matriarch's the 2,000 metre group 2, and then probably races that are right within her grasp.
Where is she ideally in run?
She'll go forward. Good luck. Thank you.
Here with Craig Williams, we're just having a nice chat about what a great job the barrier boys do out here.
Yeah, they certainly do. We're blessed. They're basically our body. Of course, our bodyguards and the others are our protectors in the starting gates with 500 kilos of animals, and the animal welfare comes first and foremost, and then they look after us riders as well. So they do an amazing job to put themselves at risk to keep us safe.
And your girls are having a little bit of a look and getting a little bit up and about, but been nice and quiet next to me. You're pretty confident today.
Yeah, look, she's got a really good profile going well. And with riding on the wall, and she's got confidence from winning the gold nugget the other day, and she goes to a set weights friendly mares race, and it's not an easy contest, but looking forward to taking on these horses today.
She's got the glint in the eye, Craig. Good luck.
Thank you very much, Sharon.
Not only the glint in the eye, she's got a fair bit of talent too, having won 7-11. This mare by Sea the Stars. She certainly put a good string of wins together in that third preparation. In fact, she went undefeated and rose right through the ranks. Looked very exceptional. And the road hasn't been plain sailing since then, listening to what Danny just mentioned tonight, but it's good to see her back now.
I just saw some really enthusiastic owners there in this horse too, and I was saying, you're going to talk this bloke when she wins, and then this bloke, and then I was told that they're just freeloaders and they're here to drink the winner's pick. So I don't know if that's some sort of a tip or not, but they seem to be pretty confident and pretty happy with their horse coming into today.
Well, there were aspirations for her to be last year's Caulfield Cup. Will go well off that preparation. Took her to stakes racing through the Adelaide Carnival as well. See, bottom of screen there, this is the first of our Whirlpool races today. There have also got Whirlpool races in effect on the Duo Stakes meeting at Newmarket to come this evening. So races 4 through 10 with the Whirlpool in effect, and you can see that certainly taking shape across the top prices compared to the VOB.
Get involved there for the world. So best of luck whichever way you go.
Catnar's Jewelers Vase. It's been moved from the middle Wednesday of the Caulfield Cup Carnival to Guineas Day for now the past 3 years. Oh, too good in pursuit of a Group 3 victory, but she's got quite an excitement against the other mares as we bring it back.
One of the more trickier races of the day, Nige, as they get set well. So 0-2 good on the Whirlpool Tone, $2.20 with 536k. Certainly bolsters it. Now, Moonlight Circus goes up, 33-1 shot, and Pondalawi is forward down. But the field is set. Catnar's Jewelers bringing us race number 4. Rumble again, edgy and close. They stand pretty well. Gates are back and they're away, and Pondalawi out the back in the early stages. 0-2 good began quickly with Matron Bullwinkle, rumbled again, and on the outside Moonlight Circus. See What I See is going to force up as well, and there's the second favourite. Jenny Lala's improving her position. They were followed by Gala Queen, midfield on the rails from XPT, a length and a quarter moving out, Terra Star on Mistress, and last is Pondalawi. See What I See with about 1,100 metres to go, held the front from Jenny Lala. 0-2 good is going to tuck in third on the rails, and then came Moonlight Circus. Two further back has rumbled again, Matron Bullwinkle. A length and a quarter, Gala Queen and XPT with Terra Star, 2/3 down, 3 wide. A length and a quarter moving out, followed by Bond Mistress, and last is Pondalawi. To the railway side with 750 metres to go. See What I See in front, tried to slacken with Jenny Lala getting a little bit closer. 0-2 good as third on the inside, travelling okay from Moonlight Circus, and they're 3 lengths rumbled again, Matron Bullwinkle. Further back is Terra Star, a length and a half, Gala Queen, XPT, Bond Mistress with a lot to do. Pondalawi second last and moving out on the rails as last. See What I See in front, approaching the corner. 4.25 out from Jenny Lala. 0-2 good now, slides up 3 wide to stake a claim. Under pressure, rumbled again from Moonlight Circus, Terra Star and Bond Mistress. 0-2 good under a hold, moves up to Jenny Lala. The 2 favourites will fight it out. 200 metres to go. 0-2 good surges a half length in front of Jenny Lala.
5-5-5-2.
Mistress Matron Bullwinkle Gala Queen's PT and last, a clear last rumble again.
Feel like we've ridden the emotional wave with the dapper
This was a good ride.
as the O2 good
He did not press the horse.
now culminates.
He did not press it.
Group 3 victory in the
He
Cape
waited for the last bend.
Sure, there's dreams of an empire.
This was a good ride.
But fantastic performance. 5 good photos to come. Jenny Lala, Moonlight Circus looked like they're going to build the miners. Kevin Duffy and his close-knit team have finally got that all-important black type victory, and they've done it under some trying circumstances, as Amy was able to point out in such expert fashion.
Absolutely, and a great ride there from Damien Lane as well. But they'll have their eyes on a Group 1 at some point. There's absolutely no doubt about that. It was quite a soft victory in the end, but the very interesting and brilliant move from Damien Lane down the side there, where he extricated off the rail. Charlotte just got into the 3 wide running line. Was just brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just wait for these 3 to come past. Multitasking at its best here.
We'll get the numbers. 561. That one was there. 561. The 12 waited there for eternity. The 12 kind of waited there for eternity. With that advantage, it should have. The 10 did not have a chance, but the 12 kind of waited there for eternity.
Too bad you to get into the clear, but
Just a second. Head 138. Kevin, just to explain what.
so today, what
It's still nothing. 5, 2, 13, and 8. Thirteen and 8. 5, 2, 13, and 8. So what happened is this. The 5 went through. 2, which was here. So this gate number 13 did not work. So this one, 2, 13, neutral 58, and 8. Those are very difficult to catch. 13 came in 6, 4-year-old mare. Five, 2, 13, and 8. Okay, that happened. We'll go to the next 1400 meter. Eight, 3, 1, and 2. So that 4 is there in between. That 4 is there in between. Now, the problem is this, that the 2 has more pressure than the 3, all right, which is a neutral. And there is a jock on this. So now, if we have to actually look into this, that the 4 has the advantage, all right? The 4 has the advantage, but 1400 meter, 432. It's huge odds on 4. I don't know why that is happening, but that's more or less it is here. This is a 5-year-old gelding versus a 4-year-old mare. I don't understand why it will not work, but the odds do not match. Anyway, this is the second linear, and it is dropping in pressure. The 2 is a 4-year-old man neutral, but it is like that. So see, these are whirlpools, so there's no way to contradict this. And look at these numbers. We generally don't get to see these numbers on during every day when we race. It's a 225. It's I mean, I don't want to. It's at 53%. Doesn't have the right handicapping on the jock. All right, the jock is an issue. But it is a dedicated jock, and it is a 1400 meters, so there's no way contradiction is possible on this. apart from the fact that the jock handicapping is not right. So it is probably not the best jock. But the horse it doesn't look like it is beatable. The 3 is the second one, which is the second linear, but it is basically welcoming the entire field to come and dodge me. So whether the 3 will get in there or it will be 4 and 2, that is a difficult proposition to look. It is basically welcoming everybody. Even the cows outside the race course, it is doing that. So yeah, the 4 is in between probably. It's from the right gate as well. Here it was from gate number 13, but here it is from gate number 1 with a dedicated jock. Should not be a problem. That 4 is there in the game. 8 looks like not going to get beaten today. Doesn't look like, and it's useless challenging this whirlpools. I mean, we have the numbers, they also have the numbers. The entire world thinks that this is going to win. So this, I mean, my apprehension is this, that I mean, this could be a strategy as well. They have a dedicated jock, so they kind of have had this jock on this horse ever since. So that's a strategy. So he knows the horse very well, and even if it is a 53% on that horse, should not be a problem. Should not be a problem. But the 4 is the EW, which is here. This one is falling down. The 6 is an 82 5-year-old gelding. This is an 83. The only one in question is this one, 7300. But that 3 is definitely questionable. That 3 is definitely questionable because it doesn't have the pressure on this horse. The pressure is on 2. The 2 is not in a great shape, but still it is like a 4-figure second linear, which is welcoming the entire field. Things can go wrong, and the 4 probably is there in between. If that works, 8-4-3, then it works. And there's a possibility it can go there, but they're not that great actually. They're not that great. And then we fall here. It is also like advantage. So that should not be the case. It's between these 2 horses that the problem lies. 2 and 3. This is a better horse. This is welcoming the entire field, but it is not in the great shape. So yeah, there's no point questioning that 8. There's no point questioning that 8. Dows. Well, what my choir horse just did a backflip. Oh man. The whirlpool is the whirlpool. It cannot go. I mean, this is something is very difficult to go wrong, because there are probably thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people who are actually doing the same mathematics that we are doing. And if we have the number, they also have the number. If we are getting a green on that, so probably, so many people cannot go wrong.
Active sports bet is King Zephyr. What was it?
This betting yard is brought to you by Whirlpool. Available on this race.
Race 5, cap over 1,400 metres, the Big Screen Company Weekend Hustler Stakes, named after a great of the turf, especially here at Caulfield where he was trained. He won the Guineas 18 years ago. The following year, he won the Ugly Plate. The race we now know as the PB Lawrence, the Memsey, and the Underwood. Plenty enjoying the Jockey Club deck and the views over Caulfield on a very nice day to be at the track. Horse 1 is amenable. He's got 60 kilos to shoulder first up.
And he flies fresh. 2 wins, 3 seconds, 7 preparation. So we know that. He's jump out to Bing Sound leading in as well. He's more than capable. I'd be following any market leads with him.
He looks well, this horse. His coat still just not quite completely through when he was clipped earlier in the year, but it's pretty healthy, what I can see. Looks pretty forward in condition too.
6th in a Caulfield Guineas, 4th in Turak a couple of years ago. 2, Menagil resumes, Group 1 winner of an Australasian Oaks.
She was terrific, I think, and we have to mention some of the 4-year-old mares that she was racing amongst as well. So, yes, it's a little short for the 1,400 fresh up. She likes Caulfield, though. She's won here. She'll get back and she'll be running on, and I think her work's been pretty pleasing leading in.
She looks great, this girl. She's got really good residual fitness from that winter campaign up in Queensland. She's beautifully turned out here, and I feel like she has matured a lot mentally too from when I saw her last.
Runner-up the binary did treasure at the moment, and it's got better and better and better as the months have gone past. 3 is Zoo Sensation, 4th in the Chautauqua, 6th in the Rubicon.
Well, he's got the race fitness, and he's also got probably the map on his side. He comes back from a Group 1 race, and he'll probably control the speed of this race. And is he at the end of the prep? We'll have to wait and see, but he's certainly been racing well for some time now.
He's been up a long time, like you touched on, Hutchie. He's looked good all preparation, and today's no different.
Interesting placement with the 4, another profit who won 1,000 guineas here in mid-November last year. She's backing trips slightly from contesting the stocks second up.
Well, she had excuses. I don't know what we really learnt first up in the Cochrane either. So she's a hard one to assess here. At peak figures at which is $26. I'm happy to watch her go around again.
She looks very fit today. I think she's definitely taken a nice natural step with every run this campaign. Her coat's nearly there. I think that it's a pretty good grade by her.
Stablemate is the 5 in Berkshire Shadow. Brought south was midfield in the Group 3 Cameron at Newcastle.
Yeah, 900 days since the win, plus should be mentioned. And 2 runs in have been okay, but look, I think he probably needs to turn it around on racing form.
He's got good tone, this horse, and he's got a beautiful attitude. My first time assessing him, he knows his job, and he's a very calm customer.
6 Kintyre having a look south of the border for the first time.
Needs to step better, and ran in the Bill Ritchie, was beat a few lengths there, but good second up profile this horse, and an interesting runner with some queries around a few of the others. He might be the value of the race.
Fitness looks like it's no issue at all. I would say that he's probably ready to hit his peak in overall health in a couple of weeks' time. His quote's still just continuing to shift. It is nice and healthy for where it's at, though.
7 Snow Patrol back at the races off a very lengthy break. Was a track and distance winner of a Group 2 Autumn Stakes in February 2024.
Yeah, 483 days, so it's a long time and a progressive gelding, but I think that much absence from the races were better to watch for the time being.
He looks like he's had a power of work coming into this. He's very muscular and got great tone over his body, so he definitely doesn't present like a horse that's had that long off. In saying that, generally, you'd think that there's no fitness like race fitness.
Jordan Childs and starting favourite are constants in the career of the 8 King Zephyr, who enjoyed the step-up in trip to win at 14 at Hillside on AFL Grand Final day.
Yeah, he's a very exciting prospect, and he probably would have been one of those that was short enough on the day that many people would have been happy to take in this race. He looks so well placed, down 54 kilos. He's a winning machine,
The stable of flying, he should be ready to peak, and he's clearly the horse to beat.
He looks fantastic. Really can't fault this horse. He's fit as a fiddle. There's no surplus on him. His coat's beautiful. He looks great.
9 Rhinoceros has had a packet of jump out since not really being a factor in the Tontoni.
No, and I want to make a case for 70s into 50s as a speckle of money, and probably had excuses last time out, but I won't be entertaining this.
You'd probably have to take on trust what he has been doing recently. He looks very similar. I've seen in both starts his prep.
Race won by Jimmy Star last year as a $2.30 favourite, defeating Super Rasi and Who Dares. He, of course, returned here to Caulfield Guineas and Oakley Plate during the Festival of Racing. Graham Begg will be harbouring ambitions that he can get King Zephyr to Group 1 level at some stage. The stakes win first, though.
Yeah, it looks tough to beat. Amenable's very much the horse that's good enough if somewhere near what he needs to be. And like I said, I think the market's an interesting lead. It's not telling you much at the moment, or maybe it is the fact that he's rock solid at 10. Zoo Sensation will go forward with Better Shield. She's a real talent as well. It's all about the favourite.
Well, I've got a tricky job for this race. I need to pick 2 horses on top. My pick of the yard is King Zephyr. I think he looks absolutely fantastic here. And it's also a pleasure to announce that the presentation award for the best presented horse is going to go to the strapper of Benadryl. I think this horse looks fantastic. They've gone smooth with some patterns on the horse's farm. They've done a really great job.
Okay, there we go. It's one of the features of the day, I reckon. The strappers and the grooms, I think, a fantastic initiative from the Whirlpool, giving these hard-working young lads and lasses a deserved prize. Better Shield, the strapper getting the prize since we had back that day.
So, just waiting for Rowan Hughes to make his way over. Rowan, thanks for your time, King Zephyr.
Who is getting to... Well, that's probably okay. It's a 4-year-old mare, probably nervous.
Sandown's been perfect. So we come here today very happy with him in great order, attitude. Beautiful, so expecting him to run really well.
It's pretty much just a faultless parade from a really nice horse, isn't it? Just needs a little bit of luck in running.
Yeah, that's right. I think he's drawn to probably help that. Jordan's obviously going to begin in the bridle, but then he'll look to come back, one out, one back, or maybe one further back if they're going gallop. But I think when you draw that barrier, you get plenty of room to move.
He's a very nice horse. Hopefully the paths open when you need them. Good luck here.
Right, thanks, Adam. Thank you.
Righto, Rowan Hughes does a great job there for Graham. We'll be sitting at home, healing. Okay, here we go. It's one-way traffic. It's all about King Zephyr here. Not much action down the page. So $1.60. I think you'll get shorter the way this the app's being tapped, I should say. Zoo Sensation $5. At half a point from his opening quote. And Benadryl and Kintyre were the only 2 runners that have been spec. Race 5, number 8, King Zephyr. The chips are in. What are you really gambling with? Grand confidential support, 1 number. So.
Will Larkin joins us. Bennett Racing have Zoo Sensation tackling the weekend hustler off a good performance in a Rupert Clark. What was the evaluation of how he tackled the Group 1 well?
Yeah, I thought he was excellent. His first time stepping up to that class. Wasn't too far away from some good horses that feature later in the Group 1. So, yeah, it's good form to drop back to listed racing.
Pretty comfortable given his Caulfield 1400 credentials?
Yeah, definitely. He loves it here. It went through all his form leading into this race and he seems to peak at this track and probably goes 2 lengths better than any other track. So, yeah, he loves it here. He's got a good record, so hopefully we get an answer.
You and the team and Ben make of the race shape and how it shapes your destiny?
Yeah, it's not an overly big field with not much speed, so he's very adaptable. He can go forward, he can go back from that draw. We'll use it. Probably the first 2 in running, maybe 1 pair back to someone's going to silly, but yeah, he won't be far away.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yep, and had a terrific campaign. There's absolutely no doubt about this. As far as the market's concerned, all about King Zephyr. He's been pretty solid in the odds-on point, that is for sure, but Zoo Sensation set up good campaign through the winter months, including 3 consecutive or back-to-back victories early in the campaign. They went to the Chautauqua, beaten there by, of course, Angel Capital. Didn't do any favours at the start or mid-race when they hit Keeneland. They went to the Group 1 to Rupert Clark, and I thought Randwick beat 2.5 by settles on that occasion. But it's all about the favourite here, isn't it? King Zephyr, who's a 5-year-old gelding by Hello Crown, and Graham Begg and the team, Nige, well, they'll have pretty big aspirations with King Zephyr, who's a real talent.
maybe a thought at some stage Hutchie could have been a Rupert Clark and even Turak aspirant, but taking their time somewhat. Well, him to have a crack at this today, of course, after he's in a stakes race previously in the straight six all the way back in May. Ben Allen, who's got a key chance in the race with Zoo Sensation. Just heard from Will Larkin. We'll now hear from the jockey. He's alongside Charlotte.
Yeah, always good to get the jockey's insight before we jump in these races. And Ben, you were just talking off and he can pull a little bit. So what is your plan there?
Hopefully a good gate, not much speed on paper, but you just pick him well. Just be in a prominent spot. And then just get him happy. He's very quirky, so whether we got to be in front or get some cover, we'll just have to figure it out. Yeah, if he relaxes, he's got a very good turn of foot. And yeah, might catch.
We were hearing that he goes 2 lengths better here at Caulfield than any other track, and I think you go 2 lengths better in those colours.
Yeah, well, that's a winning combination then, isn't it?
All the best. Good luck.
Thank you.
They're good colours, nice to have on board. Bennett Racing do a great job, don't they? And tell you what, they've purchased well. I mean, there's not too many races around and that they're not featuring somewhere along the line, and he's done a brilliant job.
Yeah, sensational, great partnership with several trainers, Corstens Larkin and Kieran Marr as well. Amy, as you rejoin us, just on Zoo Sensation, he can often give the look that he belongs in a yard in Texas in an episode of Yellowstone with that low head carriage at times.
He's a quirky horse, isn't he? And he pulls so hard. I see the team have played around with a little bit of gear with the butterfly bit coming off again today. And it's so funny because he's so unassuming from a yard point of view, and then for a horse that can pull like an absolute steam train, it can be a little bit deceiving. But tell you what, Nigel just got a great kick out of being able to present that Best Presented award to SJ, who's strapping Benadryl here. He got tears in his eyes. He's just won himself a 75-inch TV. His wife's due with their first baby. And he just said how much this means to him. Isn't that a wonderful initiative from the big screen company?
Yeah, that initiative and what we're seeing through the Strapper Prize with Whirlpool today, just two fantastic initiatives that are honouring people who are at the coalface of our sport, working in the wee hours and taking great care of these horses hours after they've left the track after, of course, performing to their absolute best as well. So wonderful to see that celebration unfolding on such a big day as well, with 3 Group 1s to come. The might and power next. The entree is the big screen company Weekend Hustler as we join Matthew.
So King's there for the favourite with that lethal combination of Geordie Childs and Graham Begg. Spot on win there at Sandown last start. Zoo Sensation, format of the Rupert Clark. Interesting. Wasn't beaten that far by Seaballs over this course and trip. Kintai with the barrier blanket. Benadryl about to join them, and Rhinoceros is the other one to come forward. The big screen company, Weekend Hustler. So Weekend Hustler thrilled us on this day quite a long time ago now. But the memory of that win lives on. Kintai goes in, and Rhinoceros to complete it. 5th event of the day in front of a packed crowd here at Caulfield. As Rhinoceros is brought forwards. Rhinoceros goes in, and they're set at the 1,400 metres. All clear given, racing. Snow Patrol missed the start a length and a half. Beginning well, Kintai, Zoo Sensation, a minimal. And holding its place, another profit on the inside. There's Rhinoceros forcing forward too. Benadryl in the red jacket got back in the field to midfield, about a length and a half. King Zephyr. 2 lengths Snow Patrol, and Berkshire Shadow is last. The leader is Zoo Sensation as they run off the back section. 950 metres to go. 3/4 of a length in front from Rhinoceros, just forcing the issue a little. And they're 2.5, another profit, followed by a minimal. 2 lengths away in the field then is Kintyre and Benadryl. A length and a quarter, King Zephyr. 2 lengths Snow Patrol. And last is Berkshire Shadow. So Zoo Sensation kept them moving now. 600 metres to go. Dialed it up fractionally from Rhinoceros, who's trying to hang tough. And they're 2 lengths in front of another profit, followed by a minimal. A length away, Kintyre hooked out 3 wide, and that gives King Zephyr something to follow. Benadryl next.
Come on, baby.
Snow Patrol and Berkshire Shadow. Zoo Sensation under a hold. Into the
Run, baby.
Alan Stokes it up 3 lengths a minimal. King Zephyr to the outside.
Run.
Zoo Sensation had a decent bump at the 150.
Oh.
3 lengths to King Zephyr. Zoo Sensation looking to steal it at the 100. 2 lengths in front as well. Zoo Sensation.
3. And next.
Next to finish Tyre Berkshire's Shadow, another Prophet Snow Patrol, and last Rhinoceros.
3821.
Continued to place Zoo Sensation with great care and strategy, and it's yielded a stakes win in the Big Screen Company. Weekend Hustler, he was just off and gone, able to control it with Ben Allen, and that was always going to make it a tough task for King's Effort of running down a little bit to steal from.
Yep. 3821. What happened is so we were reading it wrong. See, the 4 was in a very high odds. Okay, the 4 was in a very high odds. So here we had to read it like that. 2, the 4 was not there in the game today. The 4 was not there. But how do you know it is not there? Because it's got everything. It is just that it's probably just didn't do anyway. But that happened. So what happened is, the problem is always, how the jockeys are handicapped. The problem is always the jockeys, how they are handicapped. Both of them were about the same handicapping. All right, they're both 26 and 4, 26 and 1, 26.4, 26.1. But for 26.4, that is a lot of leverage and a lot of pressure. And for him, it is absolutely cakewalk. It did not have the physics, but at this level, when it is a listed race, those things can be ignored. It did not have the physics, but those things can be ignored. It's a question. I mean, if you look at these two horses, okay, if you look at these two horses, then it is basically, welcoming the entire field, but that also means that there's no handicapping. There's no weight on this. So this basically is a larger drift. It's not the second linear. It is basically the larger drift, inner drift. And that just went through. This did not have a chance today. But we'll see how it works, 6, 2000 meters. There are only 4 horses. Okay, we've done this. Whatever the number says, at the end of the day, it is. We also need to look at the blinkers, because 4-horse racing, the problem is they do not realize they're even in a race. We had something very similar in Kensington this week. 6. One has been scratched. 5, 2, 4, and 3. 5, 2, 4, and 3. This is an 8-year-old. There's no chance, alright? On papers, it doesn't have any chance. But a blinker on 5 will help. If there is a blinker on 4, then things can get dicey. If there is a blinker on 4, then things can get dicey. 5 needs a blinker. Five needs a blinker. It's a 62. See again the same thing. The jockey has, the jockey is handicapped in a way which doesn't complement this. That is not the jock that we need for both the horses. It is like that. These are rightly arranged and these are not. So things can go wrong, and if they go wrong, they will literally tear things apart. So the 4 is B Shin, and this is Damien Lane. Should not be a problem. That's the linear. That's the pressure. A blinker on 5 will help a lot. We need a blinker on the 5. If there's a blinker on the 5, it is better. I'll be back in a jiffy from the washroom. They're showing something else. Okay, I'm back.
Way of state of Maine. I've got it into third.
Thoughts on this one? I was actually looking at this one. The 5 is the favorite, all right. 62% leverage on this. The jockey handicapping is an issue. Difficulty doesn't look like an issue because even if we take that thing out, it still stands at 121. So that's okay. That is one way of looking at it. The second thing is it's a 4-horse race. Now, I don't know if you were there during this week. We were racing at Kensington, and this is something that we used to have last year. You know, this is something that we discussed rigorously last year. The use of the blinkers. Now here, whenever there is a 3-horse, 4-horse race, anybody with a blinker has an advantage. Now, why that happens is because when it is a 4-horse race, they don't even realize that this is a horse race. The horses, they behave very differently. They do not want to race. They do not want to run. To avoid that situation, you need the blinkers on the horses. Full blind or large cups. You need to actually block the vision of what is there in the back. I don't know if you've seen that race here. I'll pick it up. This was Randwick, Kensington. All right. The 9 here. It was a 4-horse race. The 8 was the favorite. The pressure was adequate. All right. Should have gone through. The 9 went through, and I did mention it during the race that you need a blinker, and the 9 had the blinker. You can go back and check that race. All right. So that happened. 9, 7, and then came in 8. So a 4-horse race is a very, it's not, it looks easy. It is not easy. It looks easy. It is not easy. Things can go wrong in different angle. Things can go wrong in different, in multiple levels. It can go wrong. So the 5 definitely is the linear. Everybody thinks that this is going to win. All right. On papers, it doesn't look like there is a problem with this horse. The problem is where and how the jockey has been handicapped. That's the first problem. The second problem is we need to have at least a blinker on this horse to be, for me, I like it that way. I want a blinker on the 5. If there is no blinker on the 5, I'll stay out. I used to do that, and I have done that all my life. That will be an exaggeration. Life is a long story. But yes, till the time I've been streaming, even last year, we've had the similar situations. I mean, we have spoken about it. We have discussed this rigorously here on this channel. Everything looks good, fair enough, but we need a blinker on this guy. Bet on the 4. The 4. We need the paddock. We need the paddock. Dows. We need the paddock. The paddock will show. The paddock will show. These, 3-horse, 4-horse races are. It looks like it's a cakewalk. It often is, but there's always a but. things have gone wrong, and we have seen that multiple times. I mean, last year, if you pull up the races last year that we've done, these four horse races, they have gone multiple times wrong. Multiple times. The right number is about 7. You have a 7-horse field or 8-horse field. That is a good number to have. That's a good field. The moment it goes up to some 20 horses, then you lose track. You don't know what you want to look at. You don't even know what you want to look at. And the moment it drops to 4 horse, 3 horse, then it is a problem again. 7, 8, 10 is a good number, but anything above that is tricky. Anything below that is tricky. And they're designed by purpose. They're designed like that because everybody is going to try and put their money in 3 ways. 3 tickets is guaranteed on this. So all the other races, probably people are just buying 1. Here they will buy 3, all trifactors. They will try all trifactors and supers. If they go super, it is going to be like 4 tickets. But here, the average ticket count is 3. So it is designed in that way so that, you go and buy 3 tickets. It's by purpose it is like that. They could have taken a few more horses. They did not. Why they did not take in a few more horses in that race? People will think that it's easy. But is it easy? No. The house always has a plan. They know this business way more than you, me, anybody else in the world. They know this business way more than we do. And they are not in the business of losing money. They're not in the business of doing that. Everything is an eyewash. I mean, 3 horses, 4 horses, I always stayed back. Blinker is one thing, but ideally, this is the time you should go get a coffee. Look at your phone, send some messages, make a few calls, order some food. 3 horse, 4 horse races are very tricky. The best way to play this actually is like this. So you keep, we used to have a coffee. Now, what I used to do is I used to keep that thing in the middle, the favorite, which has the pressure. That thing in the middle, the advantage is on the right, which is 2. And then it is 4, right? And the coffee is on 3. So what happens here is you buy 2 tickets. I mean, I used to do that. I used to buy 2 tickets. One, which is 2 and 5, and the other one is 5 and 4. All right. There's a possibility you're going to miss out if 2 and 4 comes in. But that's a possibility. But I have done that, and in my races that I used to do, before we got into this, and in my country things got to a halt, and we can't do online betting at this point of time legally here in India. So that's when I had to stop. But I stopped because all my friends, they were struggling very hard to get to the winning. Everybody was trying very hard to get to the winning. So I stopped playing like that, and I started playing like this. Whatever is the pressure line, and then the advantage, maybe a queen here and there. That's all. But I always, all my life, I played it like this one is in the middle. The favorite is in the middle. Then we have the one with the advantage on left hand side, and this is on the right hand side, the second favorite. So whether these two get in, you get a queen, or these two, the first and the second favorite gets in, you get a queen. And the coffee is always something which is of a very, very high value. That means the odds are very high, but there is a little chance that it might get through.
World Tour. Available on this race.
27 years after the 1997 Caulfield Cup winner won this race, beating a field of 7 en route to winning the Cox Plate. It's now named in his honour, and rightly so. The Caulfield Stakes, its 140th edition, known as the Sports Bet, might power the first of the 3 Group 1s on Guineas Day. We start our mounting yard preview with the one light infantry man stretching. With Horse 2 Buckaroo, he's got an exemplary record here at Caulfield. Won last year's Underwood, placed in a Caulfield Cup, third in a Mimsy Fresh, and second in a cracking edition of the Underwood recently.
Yeah, his CV reads really well, Nigel. If there are any sort of kinks in the arm,
Buckaroo has almost no pressure on him.
Possibly take it out. And if it
That's 2, I think.
This is much fun. He's wheelhouse. I think he gets the back we'll expect. And he should be ready to beat today, third up.
He loves Caulfield, this horse. He loves this course. He loves this time of year too. He always seems to peak around now. He looks fantastic here.
This follower, James McDonald, with previous success in this race with Winks and Animo, respectively. 3 years, he's a shocker. He's got a weight for age placing in 2000 in a Champion Stakes 3 years ago. We've had no winner first up of 90 days plus, and no 8-year-old. And at least the last 35 years, he had a Cranbourne jump out over 1,400 in mid-September to be ready for this.
Yeah, it's a fair gap between runs. It's not insurmountable, but he hasn't won in a long time, and as we know, he's far the least likely to make his presence felt in this race. It looks like a nice pipe opener for him. He won't threaten these, but good to see him back in the race.
He's been presented really well, this guy. He knows his job particularly well. He's conserving his energy nicely, holding on to a good amount of residual fitness from that Queensland winter campaign.
Bryce Kensington half the field, 2024 Cranbourne Cup winner, Horse 4 Globe. Blake Shin sole ride on him. AFL Grand Final day last year, went second in a handicap over 1,800 at Sandown.
It's interesting, there's been some speaking for this guy. He's got a little bit behind on his form. But the big advantage for Globe today, who's been coming out of handicap races and fast run races today, he gets to do it himself with Blake on board. And if he can get his times right, containing the pace, he might take a little bit of reeling. He's always shown a bit of promise. I really thought he'd be a weight for age horse, but this is a great opportunity for him.
He's a really big, strong, powerful horse. He always carries a good amount of condition, but he has tightened up really nicely in between runs for this. And his attitude's probably the best I've ever seen him. He always gets himself really worked up, so I'd say it's calmed down with that increase in workload.
5, Treasure at the moment, trying to emulate the deeds of So You Think 2010, Landing Jewel 2013, were the last horse.
Is there a blinker on that horse?
Same spring.
Well, I mean, she hasn't had too many blips in her career, has she? She's only been beaten a few times and been far from disgraced, but she has. And of course, she had that setback prior to the Finn where she was gallant behind prior to Jenny. It was definitely a drop-off of her Manzi performance where she signalled she's the new star on the scene. Hoping that she can bounce back today and get something like that sort of form. And if she can win today, then they'll be saying, bring on the Cox plate. But she's a superstar.
None of them have blinkers. None of them.
Oh, she looks absolutely impeccable in the yard. I can't fault her, not one little bit. Even her mane looks beautiful. Her conditioner's spot on. She looks very, very fit. She does look a lot tighter than when I saw her even first up here in the Menzie.
Mares have claimed this race 3 of the last 5 years. Arcadia Queen, Probabile, and denied knowledge last year in between a couple of street fighters in Alligator Blood and Animo. The 140th edition of the Sportsbet Mike Power Stakes. It's short, it's small, but it's going to be sweet.
Yeah, absolutely. It will be sweet, and it'll be quite intriguing as well, won't it? When you've got Buckaroo, a genuine sort of Cups contender from last year, so well credentialed, and there's nothing wrong with his form around Sir Dealers, who will see what that horse has done against our top class weight for ages and treasure the moment. The golden 3-year-old from last season has taken all the floor already in this preparation. I'm with there. I think she's justifiably her price in the market. Tactically, it's going to be quite amazing, I think, between Lane and McDonald as well. Treasure the moment of the Buckaroo Globe does set the running for Blake Shin, and he's a shocker, has a mountain to climb. 5, 2, 4 and 3.
Well, I'm all treasure the moment here. She looks amazing. I think it's the tightest that I've seen her all preparation, which is exactly what you'd be expecting with her stepping up to 2,000 metres today. The parade was pretty much faultless. We'll say from a race tactics point of view, the wind has picked up here big time in the last 15 minutes. It seems like a real strong headwind in the straight, so tactics are going to be very, very important.
What was outside a moment ago, and that wind did feel quite strong. And Charlotte is right in amongst it at the 2,000 metre start. Charlotte, what can you tell us about conditions down there?
Well, I was just looking over towards your direction to the grandstand. I could see one of the umbrellas upturning. So, looking ahead now at the track, the trees are really swaying in the wind. So, obviously, it's picked up the wind a little bit. It's certainly feeling probably the blusteriest I've felt it out here. But look, the track is still in good condition. Yes, we've had that upgrade, but there's still a little bit of cushion in there. It's certainly not rock hard. But yeah, it's an interesting start, the 2000. When you've got a 4-horse field, though, I don't think you really need to worry about where you've drawn. It's going to be quite an interesting watch. I put it down to probably being something similar to watching them work up the Curragh or in Newmarket. They'll be in a nice sort of, I reckon, 1, 2, 3, 4, and yeah, let's hope the treasure of the moment can fight out the finish and be back at her best, because I think she's a very special horse.
Matt, thanks for your time. You're obviously
I mean, even when they are saying and they're calling out the races,
From that last run there,
do you hear that confidence in them?
that we can get the job done.
Do you even bother talking tactics with Frosty in a 4-horse race?
Look, not really. I mean, you can sort of see where everyone's going to land. And
The thing
I think it's just,
it'll be good to see her coming back. I mean, on paper,
serving it up too soon.
it looks like unbeatable.
Help out Buckaroo. So it's,
But
it's going to be a real tactical race.
I mean, if it falls right, it should be 5, 2, 4 and 3. If it falls right, but if
I
it
wouldn't swap this horse for the world. She's a
If-
superstar, but it's just
2, 5, 4 and 3, possibility. There's a huge possibility, Adam, it might just be that thing.
Misses me to interrupt Terry
The lowest pressure will bring it home, and she'll not be able to do it.
Chris, what's Terry sharing with you?
I mean, whatever it is, it's a queen between 5 and 2, and that's more or less what
People are about now.
what it says, and that's how it should be played. But
We saw some of his best during the Melbourne Springs of the past start.
the question is,
Buckaroo to beat what Wicks did on this day 9 years ago. What's the conversation been with James about the approach?
Just play it as it comes. No tactic, just it's 4-horse racing. I think it can happen. And the beauty of having confident jockeys has led to situations like this. It's only make it worse.
two reasons to be confident. One, his Caulfield credentials and what he's shown in both the men's and the Underwood, I'd imagine.
Yeah, both good runs. And, he's obviously come back really well. Trish, at the moment, it's the big question mark. If she's at her best, she beats us. It's as simple as that. If she's not, well, we're a chance in respecting a four-horse race out of the two. She's certainly coming.
Thanks, Chris. All the best.
Thank you.
Looks like he's got his lucky suit on there, Chris Waller too. The punters are hoping so. Anyway, because have a look at the shift of money now for Buckaroo. We're at the $2.80 once again. He's meant to $2.60 now. Good shift of money for Buckaroo to get on the back of Treasure the moment from about the 800 metre mark. Watch that. Treasure, rock solid at $1.65. Globe hasn't moved. He's still $7.50, the one they have to run down. It is a horse race. He's a shocker for the blowout at $41. Get your bets on. There's going to be no market move here. Punters, just good luck. What are you really gambling with? Free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Thanks for your time, Nick. Not every day you have half the field in a Group 1. How are your two horses here?
He's like I turned up. Half the field. They're good. I just said to Blake, what do you think? He said, I'm going to roll along and above average clip. And not much point, sitting up playing games. He's a roll along horse. And that's what he'll do. I'm not sure how far in front he'll be, but Buckaroo at the moment will have a nice little run off him. And, his chop is basically 2,000 metres on 3. Nice little exhibition going.
Nice service to do that on too. Hopefully they can set a nice tempo. It's always good. It's a small field if we can guarantee that left for the next have their chance.
Well, that was Blake's idea. And certainly, he would like to see him try and ride a race on Friday. That's not the thing we wanting to do, but he can have a good count around and look, he'll lead him into the straight. It'll be hard there for that one.
Good luck, Nick.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting point that Nick Price brings up. I mean, what's that current horse? Is that free rolling type? Try rating. It's probably come undone. So
that thing has the wide blockers. It doesn't have a blinker. I don't know how good that is going to be a help. You've seen that horse, Buckaroo, I think. Buckaroo has those wide straps. It's kind of... No, that's 5. It has the... It's got those wide stuff. I don't know how good that is going to be, but we've seen the blinkers. They work fantastic on these kind of situations. They have no blinkers. None of the horses have blinkers. William, welcome back, William.
He's a shock out, joining them to the field of 4. Set for an intriguing sportsman Might and Power, the first of the Group 1s today. Set to go, and they're racing. The quartet away, he's a shocker, the slowest out. Buckaroo third out, Treasure the moment, led Globe in the first few strides. They were followed by Buckaroo, and he's a shocker. He's just going to drift towards the inside running rail after 300 metres. So as expected, Globe is going to take it up. He's in plenty of the track, and after the first 450 metres, is just going to saunter across, but it's got a decent buffer as it climbs the hill. Globe the leader by 3 or 4 lengths, Treasure the moment. 2 further back is Buckaroo, and he's a shocker last. The outsider would be about 8 off Globe at the moment. Towards the top of the track now, 1,300 metres to go, and Globe is going to run this race as he likes. He's had one crack at 2,000 metres and was placed in the Ballarat Cup of that trip, and at the 1,200 metres has the neck arched low and now relaxes the tempo a little to lead Treasure the moment by 4 lengths. About 1 length and 3/4 Buckaroo third, and last of all is He's a Shocker. So Globe comes towards the railway side at the 1,000 metres and has really dialed this off. And led by only about 1 length and 3/4, now 1 length and a half, Treasure the moment to the railway side. Further back is Buckaroo, who's tracking Treasure the moment wherever she goes, and He's a Shocker is at the tail of the field, so they've completely taken the sting out of the race. This is really fascinating, approaching the 600 metres. So Globe led by 3/4 Treasure the moment, then came Buckaroo on the outside, and about 4 lengths to He's a Shocker. So it's going to be a sprint home the last 450 metres, and now Globe puts the hammer down. Buckaroo Chasers, treasure the moment, yet to be called upon by Lane as they come around the corner. So it's Globe with Buckaroo, who didn't handle the corner that well. Treasure the moment right there in the centre, about to pounce. 200 metres to go. Globe in front, three quarters. Treasure the moment, not getting there. Buckaroo to the outside, struggles on. Globe kicks, Globe sprinted better, and Globe is still on second.
Come on, 4-5-2. 4-5-2. I told you this thing doesn't go nice. You know, there's another thing that I missed out saying. There's another thing that I missed out saying. I'll explain. 4-5-2-3.
It's worth using on this occasion, given what Globe has been up.
So the other thing that I missed out on saying is you need a blinker and you need to lead. You need to lead from the gates. Why? Because if you're leading, then you don't care what's happening at the back. All right. But when you do not lead in these cases, you know, you can see, the scene becomes a little difficult. You have to lead. You have to have a lead on this thing. You have to have a lead. Because when you are not leading, the horse will see there are no horses at the back. So what happens? The thing is, the horses have I think 360-degree vision or 180-degree vision, something on those lines. I forgot, but they have 160-degree or 360-degree, 180 or 360-degree vision. They can see directly at the back. So if you have a lead, then the horse will see that there are horses at the back. But if you are not leading, then the horse will see that there are no horses at the back. So this is not a race. But that's more or less the same. But the right way of playing it is exactly like that. That keep the thing in between, keep the advantage on the left. You will get a queen anyways. You will get a queen. Trifecta is difficult, but you will get a queen anyways. This is generally played like that. 4, Adaman, 4. 4. Bad scene. Anyway, we'll go to the next. 7. I mean, if you've heard them calling the races out, even they were not sure. Even they were not sure what's going on. It's a 4-horse race is a difficult one. 8 has been scratched from 7. Five, 3, 7, 9. So it's a 1600 meter. The 5 is the favorite. But the problem is the 5 doesn't have the physics with it. It doesn't have the physics. Generally, when we race, these are group 1 races. That's the first thing, all right? We do not race group 1 races every day. We only race it when they are happening. So, but in general, whenever we race up till, let's say, benchmark 100, up till benchmark 100, you require we've seen that the physics is required. Here, this one just went through Buckaroo. Yeah, no, not the Buckaroo, this one. It went through. It was a 1400 meter. But when it becomes like that, it doesn't require the rails, all right? A larger drift, any of the drifts will never require the rails. But for a linear, when it is like this and it doesn't have the rails, that's the first problem. That is the first problem, that 5. The second problem is this, that out of these 3-4 horses, this probably has some issues. And when you look at the race net, it'll say that it is winning, but it also got scratched and it also came in 4th and all that thing has happened. Okay. So that's one side of it. There is a drop on this horse. The leverage is huge, and the jock, I don't know whether he is not a dedicated jock. I don't know whether he is aware of what he's going to be facing. So I don't know if this is going to win. It's the largest pressure model. All right, it is the largest pressure model. It is not the linear. It is the 3rd linear, a 4th linear. The linear is here. That's the 1st. This is the 2nd. This is the 3rd, and this is the 4th. This is the 4th linear. It doesn't have this side of the rails. So I don't know if that'll work. I don't know if that'll work. These 2 horses, this is from gate number 10. Can it deliver? It has who? 9 has Damien Lane. Damien Lane is okay, and 7 is J Mac. This is J Mac who has the rails probably. Yes, J Mac has a lot of advantage. 1600. 5, 11. This is out. So where will it drop? Man. 24, 7, 3. It's 3, 3.569, 3, 71. That I don't know if that'll work. I don't know if that'll work. That's the lowest actually. That is the lowest, but for this, the 11 had to work, which looks very slim. So that's not a possibility. Here, I mean, this is the lowest. Here the 3 is there, the 4 is 95, this is also 2. That's the drop. 8. That's the drop. 28, 30, 8, 9, 10. I think this one has a better chance. I mean, the 5 is the favorite. It has the largest pressure model, but here this doesn't have the physics. I wouldn't want to risk it here. And it doesn't have the physics. I don't understand the 11. The 11 is huge. All right, the 11 is huge. Even if we take out that difficulty, it is still going to be at 110. This, we take out the difficulty, will become 106. This, we take out the difficulty, will become 110, approximately 110, 109, and 5. So this is from gate number 10. Okay. Damien Lane. So this is these are the two benchmarks. So this is the but here it is not, because this is dropping seriously in weight. This is seriously dropping in pressure and weight both. It is and here it is 190, 129. So ideally the 5 is the right favorite. All right, that's the right favorite, because the linear doesn't have pressure on it. This is the right pressure. This is the right thing. But the problem is this, that it doesn't have a jock to handle 47. B, it doesn't have the physics. So I don't know if this will be able to bring it home. I seriously don't know. I like the 9 very much, but the 9 is wide. It is gate number 10. The 9 is very, very nice, but it is gate number 10. Somehow I think J-Mac has a lot of advantage in this race. J-Mac has a lot of advantage. This one doesn't have the physics. The pressure is too much. The jock is, I don't know whether he'll be able to carry out this thing. The horse is good. It has been winning. All that is fair, but the numbers do represent certain strengths and the weaknesses. I don't know if that'll work. The 11 is not in a winning state. The pressure is nothing in there, but can it get a place? Of course it can get a place, especially it's a 1600 meter. So I don't know if the 5 is going to win. I don't know if the 5 is going to win. The 9 I like, but that's from gate number 10. I think J-Mac has a solid chance in this one. Solid. If he doesn't do anything funny, J-Mac has a solid chance. It has both side of the physics and all that is there. So is this one. Ideally, this is my first preference, would have been, but it is from gate number 10. This has the rails. 7 is a solid chance. Let's see what he does. There's no as such fall apart from that 2. The 2 is here with a low pressure. But they're like that. Up here, the 7 has a low pressure. The 5 and 9 too are high. This doesn't have the rail. The 9 is very wide. The 3 is a 71, doesn't have the rails. 10. 27. Yeah, this one also has the physics side of it. And this is a little higher than this one. So that 10 is a check. I don't know how it'll get placed. 10 is ridden by somebody, but he is very beautifully handicapped. 10 is a thing which is there, but this is in better position, and the difficulty is very high on 10. It is 107, take 101. So this is 102. Take 3 out, it'll become 90 something, 98. So yeah, the 10 has some chances, but I don't know how that 10 is going to work. But this is something with JMac, and it has the rails. 7. He has a very strong chance. I mean, I don't like the 5 for obvious. I don't like the 5 because it doesn't have the physics of this race. If it wins, it wins. Maybe at this level, Group 1, it may not be a requirement to have the physics, but we will see what happens. Generally, it doesn't work. If we have done 10,000 races, out of 10,000 races, maybe, I don't know, maybe a very minuscule number of races actually worked out on, these kind of situations where they do not have the physics and they won. That's something, to win this, you need to be adrift. To go without the rails, without the physics, you need to be adrift. You're not adrift, you're a linear. That makes it difficult. So yeah, I like the 7. 9 and 4. What is the 4? Yeah, the 9 is beautiful dows. 9 is beautiful. 9 is beautiful. I don't know if it will work from that gate. That's the only thing. The 9 has the right arrangement. 9 also has Damien Lane on board. But, 610. Yeah, the 10 is a possibility which is there. I don't know at this level. We'll see. I don't know. John has been with me ever since. Like me and John, I think we've been racing for the last maybe about a long time. John, how many times it happened that without the physics, the horse actually won? How many times? I stepped out every time. Every time I stepped out, if the horse looks all good and if it is a very strong favorite, it doesn't have the physics, I stepped out. I stepped out each and every time. It doesn't actually. It's a difficulty if you do not have the physics. It's a difficulty. It is a difficulty. But we'll see what happens. 5 is the favorite. It has the largest pressure model. The jockey, I don't know whether he's even aware of what it is, what is there in between his legs. And 7, JMac has a very strong chance in this. Very strong. If JMac doesn't do anything funny, then J-Mac is on. But J-Mac cannot do anything funny. He often does things very funny. And when he has, I don't know, when everything looks good with J-Mac, J-Mac will put all his legs up in the air and say, I'm not racing. I don't know. I think these top jockeys, they all have some kind of a preference. If the preference, graph is not right, they lose interest in the race. I think they all have some, we all have John J-Mac unbeaten on this horse. Yeah, that's why I'm saying that J-Mac has a very strong chance to do this. J-Mac has a very strong chance to do this. I also think that everybody has a preference. Everybody, I think, everybody has some kind of a preference. If the preference thing is not met, I think the jockeys, they lose interest in the race. Somebody may like I need gate 1. I don't gate 1, nah, I'm not going to win. It's a bad omen. Stuff like that. I don't know, but J-Mac does things that at times is very disappointing. When he has everything served in his platter and he could have nailed it like nobody's business, he just did not do it.
Hasn't been the best of late, but hopefully he begins well and we're able to use that barrier that we've got and position ourselves forward. Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of connections, both trainers and owners, I think, looking forward to this race and believing they've got a genuine chance, Amy, to win this one. Literally, just about every runner in this field. We're talking about Grandstand being outside of the field of 50s, and we know how good a horse he is on his days as well. Notwithstanding he's got to improve on recent form, but that just gives you an idea, I suppose, on how deep this field is.
Absolutely. I think after this race, whoever wins, a lot of it will make sense, wouldn't it? Pretty much every single runner in this race you can make a very strong case for. You could see the result. It's always easy to know the result of a Group 1 race after the fact, but Desert Lightning's been a good old horse, as you said, Kensington.
Araman 7. I hope so, Araman. I hope so. I'm with you on this, but I'm just
5 kilometres an hour northwesterly. It's sort of sitting at about 15 or so at the beginning of the day. So it has stiffened. Charles Littlefield, your best place to articulate the impact it's going to have on the two-race handicap.
Well, I think as you just mentioned it did die down a little bit, but that's Melbourne for you, isn't it? One minute you're saying it's windy, the next it's not, then it's pouring with rain and doing something else. So right now it seems to be okay. It's slightly warmer again now. I can actually feel the sun on my back a little bit, but just watching the horse right behind the barrier.
the 9 is a beautiful horse, Dow's. The 9 is a beautiful thing, but the problem is the gate. It's gate number 10, and with these guys, J-Mac and the other, with those inner gates, it makes it a very dicey thing. On a regular day, I think 9 has a beautiful chance, but today J-Mac has advantage. J-Mac has advantage. If he plays it right,
Yeah, it looks that sort of race.
He just
They're sort of still
needs to
there's
do the JMac magic.
have made their way
He just needs to do the JMac magic
steep in
and not do the opposite.
Let's go upstairs to the best in the business.
Thank you, Hutch. They're getting set well for the Turak pinstripe about to come along. Desert Lightning in the stalls of Evaporate.
He needs to just do
behind the gates, Lazura, Transatlantic, like the Lucy, and the rival is Steeples. With some 2 minutes past starting time, and as that happens, the world pool just continues to build. We're up to 1.1 million now of this time-honoured race, the Turak Handicap. The 145th running of this race. Transatlantic goes in. Steeples about to come unrivalous. Steeples now joined for life. Feeling pretty relaxed out behind the stalls and like the Lucy. They go to the final two to load away.
Let's see. I'm sweating. Literally, I'm sweating, man.
With J-Mac. Takes position and like the Lucy is the final one. Field set for the iconic Turak handicap.
Right on, baby.
And they're racing. Demands grows from barrier number 3. Jump with them. Drifts out. Transatlantic looking to cross Steeples in the first 100 metres. Feroce from the deep improving. Followed by Athanatos holding its place on the rails. And also pushing up in between horses is Lazura to get in towards the top 4. As they climb the hill at the 1200, Transatlantic is the leader. From Feroce second, Athanatos behind them, and Lazura went off the fence. Steeples been a bit of trouble there, 2 lengths away in 5th place.
Come on.
Followed by Damask Rose as they run off the back section. Further back in the field, out 3 wide is Desert Lightning.
Do that thing, baby.
Pinstripe Evaporate like a Lucy last. 900 metres to go. And the front runner, Transatlantic. By a half length for Feroce.
Transatlantic.
A length and a half Lazura. Damask Rose next on the inside. Desert Lightning. The length away to Steeples, who stripped it back to 4th last. With Evaporate followed by Pinstripe and last like a Lucy. Transatlantic the front runner. 550 metres to go with Feroce 3/4 of a length away. A length and a quarter Athanatos, followed by
Please,
Lightning, who's
J-Mac.
slide into him. Followed then by Lazura under hands and heels before the corner. Evaporate to the outside, is running on.
Please.
Steeples has gone back to 3rd last. Transatlantic in the 300 metres.
You kidding me?
Transatlantic with 150 metres to go. Evaporate wearing it down like Lucy from Transatlantic.
6-3.
Evaporate like a Lucy, then Athanatos. Behind those horses, then Damask Rose. Followed by Lazura Feroce, Desert Lightning.
God, man. 6-3, 9-11.
Got across to Mark Zara to do multiple head checks to get them.
I hate it, man. 6-3, 9 and 11.
Despite the best efforts of the tough Aztec, Evaporate and like a Lucy from the back at 6-3, 9-11. Mark Zara had been unplaced in the 7 previous. He gets
John had 6.
And Tony Gowan has gone back to back. He did it with Antino last year. And on this occasion, it's been Transatlantic, whose stakes victory was the listed spear chief at Eagle Farm this
Six. So it fell. Actually, it fell. It went with an advantage. It went with an advantage here. This guy did a 6 and 3. 64, 71. Both of them did nothing. 6, 3, 9 and 11. 11 is this one. But that was supposed to get in some way or the other. The 11 will get in. But I did not know how and where. So the 11 was supposed to get in. 6. 3. This was supposed to go wrong, This was supposed to go wrong. The 5, see, that pressure model with no rails is a bad thing. All right, that generally doesn't work. It with a linear, and you do not have this side. But what happened? How it actually worked out? So that we don't make this mistake again. So what happened with 6 is 6 also did not have the rails. 3 also did not have the rails. But they were not on pressure module. They were not on pressure module. This was an advantage. 64. Out of all these monkeys, this is the lowest. 4 is the lowest, but 4 is also is a bad one. 6. This was, I mean, that was a bad thing on JMac. Did you see how JMac got stuck in between all the horses? The 9, I loved it, but this was bad. This was bad. Anyway, we'll go to the 8th. This is the reason why we are here today. This is the Guineas, the Caulfield Guineas. This is what.
Just thought a triple A down here.
That was bad. But 6, 17, 18 all scratched. 6. Side. This is the 8th one. 17 and 18. 17 and 18 is not there. Anyway, 6 is gone. Two 983. So we're not going to make that mistake again. So this is there with the. I mean, there are others here, but they're extremely bad. This thing is there with the advantage, which is here. But I think here what we have to take is this as the advantage. That's the lowest up here. Okay, there's no reason for. I mean, for a 1600 meter, it is like looking like there's no, there's no pressure on this horse. So, but it is with JMac. There's no pressure on this horse, so that's coming from gate number 10. So that probably is the EW. All right, that probably is the EW. Winning is somewhere else. Winning is somewhere else. Where could be the winning? This is okay. There is another 2. This is gate number 2. 69. 8. Navy pilot. Both of them are like this is good. This is good. Rest everything is not that. So 2 is probably the EW, but will it win? I have doubts. It doesn't have any pressure, and it is a 1600 meter. So out of these, that's okay. The pressure is this one. Doesn't have the rails. Here. Or that 15. That is that's a lot of risk, because the 15 is like that. There's something not right. The pressure is there, but there is something not right with this gentleman. The other thing that could be possible is here, Mr. 9. Mr. 9 has physics. 435 has 124. 7246. This is 66 by 9. Yeah, this is gate number 13. The 9 probably is here. The 2. This doesn't have the rail. This one has. This one. 9 is being ridden by who? Damien Lane. Okay. So this is 65. Will become 62. Still, this is very high. This is very high. But they're like wide gates. I don't know whether that will work. The 2 is okay. So, the thing is, if you look at any of the races, all right, any of the races, this was a 1600 meter. What happened here is that 6 went through with a low pressure, all right, because everything else was like a jeopardy. It was a joke that was happening, and Mr. J Mac did not do anything, which is bad. The 6 went through with the lowest pressure. That was a 1600 meter group 1. So here, if we look at that, this thing fits right. All right. This thing fits right. If we look at that, then this thing is right. But that generally is not possible. So $69, then this one. I don't know. Then it is probably the low pressure. It's a low pressure game. Here also it was a low pressure. We were thinking about the high pressure ones. No, that did not happen. It's a low pressure game. Here it went through. It just went through. Here, it is in a better state. Now it has physics. It's a low pressure, plus it has physics. JMac should deliver. If this, both of them are 1600 meters, okay, group 1. This one played here, low pressure, because there, this was gate number 10, and this one did not have the physics with the pressure model. Here it is almost the same thing. The pressure model is here. The 15 is there in some form. The 15 will get there. Whether third or fourth, I don't know, but it'll be there in some form. It's the linear, but I think it is going to be a low pressure game here. I think it's a low pressure game. But it's tricky at the same time. Why it is tricky at the same time? Because here, this low pressure that came, that also came from gate number 9. Here it is gate number 10. JMac on board. Can we trust JMac? I don't know. The 9 has a very strong chance. Okay, if it gets into pressure model, the 9 is beautiful. This is gate number 13. I don't know if this is going to be the third or the fourth. It'll be there in some form. It'll be there, but whether the third or the fourth, I don't know. But if this is low, let's take it low. If this is low, then out here, the actual high is 9, which has the physics from gate number 1. The problem with this is that 9 Damien Lane has never been on this horse, and it's a colt. So if the horse doesn't like Damien, then it is upside down. If the horse doesn't like Damien, then it is absolutely upside down. Because it's a colt. We'll see how it works. The two fits the bill. I mean, it is the best. All right. From this section, it is the best horse. It has the physics this time. Here, it did not have the physics. So, but with that pressure, you also don't need the physics anyway. But that's besides the point. But it is looking good. It has the required stuff. Right? That's the highest FR on this. Rest, everything is falling below. At 79. 8 is next. But those are like all low pressure horses, okay? The 3 is okay, but it doesn't have the physics. The other one is 9, which has the physics and Damien on board. So and what happens if it becomes just 95? Not fail. Let's see. Well, at least we got the place. Yeah. That's true. It's very difficult to assume what I have seen JMac doing some disasters. I mean, when you actually need him to do his best, that's when he will fail. I mean, when it looks like, okay, it's a challenging situation, and he has that edge, he has that upper hand, and he can actually control this. That's when he will backfire. And that's a very sad thing. I mean, I find it. J-Mac has to be on a favorite. J-Mac has to be on a tier 1 horse from gate number 1. It's exactly like the Hong Kong jock. He also likes gate number 1. You give him gate number 5, he will fail. John, I wish I could show him that, dude, look at this. You have such a fantastic runway. All that you have to do is just be J-Mac and run. But no. Actually very sad. And this is where I think, those second tier jocks, they do fantastic. I mean, you give them a challenging situation, they will deliver. But this, celebrities, they man. Anyway, the 2 is the favorite, 2 is the best, has the physics, low pressure. Maybe. The 15 is there in some way or the other, it is there, but whether it is third or fourth, God knows. 2.
By the looks of it.
Yes, it does. What about the market for the big one today? Here's the sports bet Caulfield Guineas.
Well, punters have zeroed in on the top 3 in the market. So Woderton, he's $3.40 in from $4.20. Alder Boy, his stablemate, wore the blinkers last start for the first time. Forget the Golden Rose, he just got too far back. And he's out to $4, but we're holding good money. But the best back at the price is Navy Pilot. 13.7, $6.50. The money's coming for him on race day, and a sniff for nepotism too. Really interesting that Rivellino drawing a soft gate, 26 to 19. Nothing for Vin Rock. 6.50 out to 9.50. Okay, don't forget, if you happen to run second, you win in cash up to your first $25 stake. This is for the Caulfield Guineas coming up. You happen to run second, you win in cash.
Also, wasn't on that page from the market. I'm giving you a good chance here at Observer. But given what we've seen so far today, he's also can go forward. I think he's a good roughie in this race, of course. Who else do you see going forward here?
Forward is the key. This is what we're seeing with jockeys today, is using that first furlong and a half to 2 furlongs to roll forward and then get their slot and then back the tempo off from the 1,000 to the 8 to the 600 down the side. Let's have a look at a speed map here.
We'll have a look at a speed map. We're going to have a look at some horses. Let's get out the Caulfield and see how they look.
Big Rock can go forward. Woderton may be able to go forward. There's a number of them that are going to go forward. Flip the speed map. Let's have a look at horses.
This mounting yard is brought to you by World Tool. Available on this race.
One of the spring classics in Melbourne, the 145th Sportsbet Caulfield Guineas, the 3-year-olds over 1,600 metres. Best finisher in the Golden Rose to contest the Caulfield Guineas has won 4 of the last 7 editions. Horse 1 is Rivellino, Group 2 Skyline winner at 2. Craig Williams, 13 Guineas rides, yet to win, a third placing back in 1998. And Chris Lees, can he emulate that? The late Max Lees, who won this race with the great Luskin Star in 1970.
He'll be hoping so, and he's sort of tucked it up, I heard this morning on the radio, but he does need to improve. This fellow on his form this prep. He's 5th in the size Podgers last campaign behind Finn Rock.
Looks like he's been well prepared for his grand final here. He's a very fit horse with a beautiful attitude.
2 Wotan, Swallow shooting for a third Caulfield Guineas. James McDonald trying to become the first to win 4. He was the best of the finishers in the Golden Rose presents here.
That he was, and he's got the best form of any horse in this race, albeit one victory. He's been placed in the slipper, he's been placed in the Golden Rose. That's the highest rating race. He's the horse to beat.
He's just such a gorgeous looking horse. I was really looking forward to assessing him today. He's probably exceeded my expectations as a type. He's absolutely glorious.
Matt Laurie with 2 runners, 3 Finn Rock has the services of Mark Zara, who won the race in 2019. He won the Expert, and then things didn't go according to plan in the start.
And he'll be trying to do exactly what he did on Transatlantic, I think, from that wide trolley. Across the field, get across, get a bit of a breather, prove hard to run down. The winkers back on helps. Excuses in the start. Very good winner of the extra play.
He looks excellent, this horse. He has tightened up nicely. He's quite a big burly type of colt, but I feel like his fitness is right where it needs to be.
Team Hobbs know what it takes to win the Caulfield Guineas and have done so with very similar pedigrees to that of the 4 Nepotism.
Yeah, he's just got to lift a little bit. He had the pattern against a bit by Baywalk in the Golden Rose, but he's got a bit to fight against some rivals. So if he can turn back to what he showed last campaign, he's certainly worthy of plenty of interest.
He's been turned out really nicely today, this horse. Great attitude, moving well.
5 is west of Swindon. Kieran Maher's team looking to emulate what they did with Griff 2 years ago by winning the start and then taking this prize.
His chances were dealt a blow with the barrier trial, so he will need some luck, but he proved in the start that he's more than capable. He's got similar 4 lines to Finrod, and with luck in running, shouldn't be too far away.
He's a big, loose, moving kind of horse, so maybe it might be an advantage to have drawn out rather than drawn in with the way that he moves. He looks really good.
6 Vega for Luck was scratched earlier on today as a result of an incident. 7 High Vol, Anzac Stakes winner on debut, has history against him from gate 16.
Yeah, once again, the barriers really played against his chances, but the way he hit the line in the stud stakes was encouraging, and I'm sure that he'll acquit himself well, but it will be difficult.
He's relaxed really nicely today. He's definitely dropped his energy levels throughout the preparation and lead up to this.
8 Navy Pilot, a winner at Sandown on AFL Grand Final day. He's the only runner in the field who contested the JJ Atkins during the Queensland winter.
Has that residual, and some of that Queensland form has worked out so well throughout the spring already. I'm sure it will continue to do so. He's the map horse. He's an improver. He's got a great turn foot. There are a lot of positives.
He's so gorgeous, this horse. He's one of my top picks. He looks amazing here. His coat is just so rich and glossy and so healthy.
It's Grandstand. Animato produced Animo to win the race 4 years ago. 9 Autumn Boy, Chris Waller and Damien Lane winning the race last year with Private Life. It was a questionable performance in the Golden Rose.
Look, he was back on line. He just had a horrid round, to be perfectly honest. So it was a forgive run, but he's still got a bit to find against rivals. The issue today is inside draw, probably midfield. He'll need luck at some stage, but you would say on his best form, he is certainly in the game.
He is another powerful moving horse, this too, so gate 1 might be a disadvantage.
Eagle Farm.
Clear galloping room. He's got a
4.
lovely attitude. Seemed really nicely prepared, as you'd expect in the stable.
Price Michael Key Jr. pulled off an upset with Globe in the Mike Power. They've got 2 chances in the Guineas. First of them is the 10, Space Rider.
That it is. So look, in that dawdle of the Guineas prelude, he actually got home better than anything. Not sure about the miles, to be perfectly honest, but look, if he can finish off like he did there, he could run on the Price.
Ticks all the boxes from a presentation and attitude point of view here.
11 Prestige Olay by the Expert Stuff.
The Expert run was good, the stuff wasn't, and we need to see improvement, a fast improvement today.
Probably a little bit hard to match his form up with some of his counterparts here, but the team have turned him out to the best of their ability.
Sire Olay Kirk winning the race 5 years ago. 12 is Hillier, the second of the runners in the Kiora colours in the camp of Annabella Rob Archibald. 4th Expert, 3rd start.
Yeah, can roll forward, but really just hasn't quite been up to the level without being disgracing a series of form lines that tie in. That's the issue for him.
He's gorgeous looking colt this. He's been prepared impeccably today. His coat couldn't be any better. Attitude's completely in check. He ticks all the boxes.
Regal Award not making the field. Philip Stokes has representation in the form of the 13th Stay Cosmic. Runner-up in the Mackenzie, then 5th beat for 1 3/4 in the Guineas Prelude.
Yeah, I feel like there's a bit more to offer with this horse as well, and I think he'll be well suited in this contest at a big price. He might be one that can project some value into the minus.
Blinker's going on for the first time in the grand final. He is out of the Galileo mare, this guy, so hoping that's where the stamina comes into things at the end of a mile here.
4th in the Mackenzie, 3rd in the Guineas Prelude for the 2nd of the Price Kent Runners Horse 14, Planet Red.
And there's another one that I think will be suited by the move up to mile. He's a son of a very good Japanese miler. Admire Marza competed against Gold 60 a lot, as we know, and this is a horse that I think put himself well.
He's a high-energy horse, but he's actually parading the best I've seen him today, especially considering it's such a big atmosphere. He's being a really good boy.
31 years since Lindsay Parker won a Guineas, 50 romantic encounter and be some sort of job to win a Bendigo maiden and then be second in a start and win a Guineas at start 3.
Tell you what, it's a big effort, isn't it? That was a great one. I think the tempo helped him. He was still going to be good enough. And you could see the race marks weren't quite there on the final turn. This horse is only going to be better for that experience. Lucky not, he could run a big race at the price.
On pedigree, he's definitely bred to get this kind of a distance range and on type as well. His coat is beautiful. It wouldn't surprise me to see him in a bit of an upset.
Godolphin and Kieran Murray have had success separately at the Guineas in recent years. They combine with the 16 Observer.
Yeah, a lot of people giving this horse a chance at a price as well, and he's still lightly racing. I've got a bit tall. I love his first jump run. It's a bit trickier today.
A very sharp type is. He's got a good bit of quality about him. He's been prepared perfectly good too.
Ole Kirk, Animo, Golden Mile, Griff and Private Life, the winners of the Caulfield Guineas in the 2020s. Probably the most open edition since 2020 presents in the next 6 minutes. And Hutch, your top 4 for our feature.
Gee whiz, it's, I think it's very open this year. And whilst I am with Wotan, who I think brings the right form, it's by no means a standout. And there are plenty of chances. Finrock, Navy Pilot, Space Rider at a price doesn't end there. 238 and 10 for me, the Caulfield Guineas.
I'm going to go Navy Pilot on top from an exceptionally hard mounting yard to try and...
Yeah, the two looks good. The two fits the bill. Last time, on a pressure module without the rail, that one was... Without the pressure...
Absolutely beautifully here. What a great race this is.
Yeah, time honoured, and there'll be another etched into the name of history in about 6 minutes, 7 minutes' time. Chris Lees, of course, is the trainer of Rivellino, who had such a good campaign last time in. Let's find out where he's at. He's about to chat with Amy.
Chris, thanks for your time. It's always a pleasure to have a quality young horse like Rivellino in a Caulfield Guineas. How is he coming into today?
Yeah, really pleased with him. It's best he's paraded here, this preparation, I feel. He's had a look at the track on Tuesday morning. I think he'll relish the mile. We don't know till you tick that box, but we've been really pleased with him going into the race. I expect him to run really well today.
Where would you like him to sit in running? You've drawn barrier 3 here.
Really like to see him use the gate. He can have a tendency to occasionally step a little awkward, but if he can step clean, that's one of the reasons he took the blinkers off today. If he can step clean and hold position in that second, third line, I think that'll certainly give him his chance.
He's got a good CV at this early stage in his career. He's obviously given you the indication that he's a Group 1 horse in the making.
Yeah, no doubt. You know, he's a tough luck in a golden slipper, but he's certainly looks ready for today.
Go well, Chris.
Thank you.
That's one there for Rivellino. Chrissy Lees is runner. Craig Williams in the saddle, as you can see down the bottom of your screen. But at the top of the market, there's been a good shift here for the favourite now. Race 8, number 2, Woderton, will be your market mover and heavily back late, $3.40 into $3.10. With that, Autumn Boy, soft in the market, he's out to $4.20. Navy Pilot, rock solid, the 8, the best backed against him. Nepotism is firm, and Rivellino, as you can see, has had some specking. Get your bets on for the sports bet Caulfield Guineas. It's a cracker. What are you really
923.
Free confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Should happen that I mean, 9 has the pressure, 2 doesn't have the pressure. That's both of them has physics, and 3 maybe. After that, anything is possible.
I think the horse improved out of his Mooney Valley run. It'll just be a little bit tactical early, I think.
What of Observer, who strikes this race second up? There's thoughts, I think, from both internal and
But the pressure on Winrock has drastically reduced.
plenty of horses wanting 2000.
I don't know if you remember, I played Winrock, and that was a disaster.
He probably lands just behind the speed somewhere. So if they do go a bit quick, he might.
That was Caulfield only, I think.
Who's garnered significant market
Caulfield
support in the last few
only.
days, but the side of run was there for all to see. A horse that you were prepared to push out in a 14 and 16 as a 2-year-old, but you've waited and waited to have your peak cleared up today.
Yeah, he grew up a lot in his Queensland prep. His 2 runs have been fantastic this time around, and he's drawn perfectly to get the ideal run. So he's got every chance. I think he'll get a strong mile, but things will need to go his way.
That ideal run is just sitting slightly behind the speed from 2.
Well, you'd think there'd be a fair bit of pressure. She'll use her barrier. But then, if they are going a bit quick, she'll just hand up.
Kieran, all the best with the trio.
Cheers, Nigel.
Yeah, there we have it. Kieran Maher and his team ahead of the Sportsbet Caulfield Guineas this year, and what a lineup it is. Charlotte should be a beauty here. Bowman is about to chat with you.
Yeah, just say Sabo, he's on Space Rider. We will just play it by ear here. Obviously, he's a colt, so we've just got to be mindful of that. But she's holding himself together really nicely. Watched him canter around beautifully. You've had a ride on him for a win. How do you feel coming around to the barriers today?
Not great. He's a fantastic order. He looks great. And, he's improved through his prep quite nicely. So, he should get a chance to.
Confidence level?
Yeah, I really like him. I think his last run was great. He was back on a slow speed, and I thought he did a great job to make up a lot of ground and hit the line strongly. So, if you get the right run in transit, he should be hitting long.
I'll give you a nice push. He looks outstanding. So all the best, Bo.
Thank you.
He certainly did. He powered up with some unbelievably quick sectionals, I should say, in that race, Nige. It was slick.
It was, and it's going to have to be slick again today, Hutch. It's an open edition of the Caulfield Guineas. The support continues for Woden. Reminder, of course, this is the next of our Whirlpool races 4 to 10 across the Caulfield Guineas program. Operating under the Whirlpool, which has now worked its way north of $1 million in the win pool and close to 700,000 in a very healthy place pool as well. Loading process is underway. There's still a number of runners milling behind the gates. Woden will start favourite in the 2025 Caulfield Guineas. If James McDonald is successful, he will become the most successful rider in the 145 history of this race. It'll be his 4th victory. Chris Waller shooting for a third and back-to-back weeks after private life was successful last year. He's back for our feature.
So half the field in the stalls here, Nige, for the Sportsbet Caulfield Guineas. Always an intriguing contest, always a race that we look forward to. There's Prestige Olay, Harry Coffey goes into the stalls. West of Swindon comes up, Planet Red, who was finishing off softly run race last start, joining the line. Planet Red trotting up to the gates now.
Praying G-Mac.
World Tour operation, Woden favourite with 45. Ahead of Autumn Boy at $5.10. Here's Woden. James McDonald's won this race 3 times. No jockey has ever won 4 in the history of the Caulfield Guineas.
No jockey has ever won it 4 times. J-Mac has already won it 3 times. Man, if he messes it up.
Holding the position at the moment. Standing next door to Rivellino and also Planet Red. High Fall is the other one yet to be called into the stalls. Romantic encounter stands quietly next door to Big Rock. So they're just trying to get organised.
9-2 probably is the right win. We'll see how it ends. But 15 is very wide.
They're racing. Prestige Olay, after all of that, jumped away pretty well. Ribolito out quickly. Navy Pilot not too far off the lead. West of Swindon's going to sweep across with Finrock, and also speed towards the outside by Hillier. Up the hill, west of Swindon led from Hillier second, Observer third, the inside followed by Finrock. A length and 3/4, Autumn Boy, Ribolito, two further back, Navy Pilot, Prestige Olay as they spread out. Planet Red behind those horses, and then came Wotan outside of Romantic Encounter. Two further back in the field, settling down off the back, Space Rider, and then came along the inside, Nepotism, Highball second last, and at the tail of the field, Stay Cosmic a long way off the lure. West of Swindon to the side of the track, 800 metres to go in the Guineas. Just left from the outside, Hillier, 2 lengths Observer, Vinrock, 3 further back, Ribolino, Autumn Boy. A length and a quarter, Navy Pilot, Prestige Olay, Planet Red, Romantic Encounter. Wotan has 12 legs to pick up, 2 legs Space Rider, Nepotism, and then a long gap in the field to Highball and Stay Cosmic as they come around the home corner now. They've got 400 metres to go in the Guineas, and the front runner, Western Swindon, followed by Hilly at the outside. Next in the field, trying to angle for a run as Observer up on the inside as they reach the 250. It got really tight. Finrock's joining in. Autumn Boy down the outside from Navy Pilot. Here's Autumn Boy dropping on them. Planet Red from a long way back. Autumn Boy at 100 metres. Planet Red trying hard. But it's Autumn Boy. In October, Autumn Boy 3/4, Planet Red Observer. She had got tight at the top of the straight.
What happened?
Behind those horses, then Navy Pilot, Ribolino, Nepotism. Behind them, Hillier, and then came Wotan, never in it. West of Swindon, next in the field, Romantic Encounter, Highball, well back, Space Rider, Prestige Olay.
8-14.
History in the 145 years of the Caulfield Guineas for jockey Damien Lane and trainer Chris Waller. They won the race with Private Life last year. Trainers and jockeys to go back to back in the
8,
Caulfield Guineas previously.
14,
Go back to Hugh Munro,
16 and 3.
Morrison in 1897 and 1898. Prior to that, Tom Payton and Tom Hale.
Eight, 14, 16, I think. Observer is 16, I think. Yes, 16. That did not happen. J-Mac was from gate number 10. He did not do anything. 8 and then 14. Sixteen and 3. 16 was this one. Can you believe that? 16 and 3. So out of these two, 71, 69. J-Mac gave up from gate number 10. This one was from gate number 2. Had the physics, went through. 8. How did that happen is 134 from gate number 5. This one. Okay. I mean, even if we had that, I wouldn't have gone with this anyway. But that just happened. Why? Because of nothing else. 9 and this, they're the physics. I think, you know, there was some mismanagement on this horse, 9. And 2. God. Anyway, we'll go to 9. Mm. 6918. Okay, so the thing is, if we have to look at 6, firstly let's see what's going on. So it's a 1100 meter. It is a race which is supposed to be on pace. 1100 meter is like fast running. It is like race. So this is the linear, this is the second linear. The 3 is a 6-year-old, but the pressure is not there, plus it is like that. Okay, it has the physics, probably will get in some way or the other. It will get in. It has the physics, but it's a drop, 86, and it's a serious drop. Now the 6 is a horse. Okay, it's a stallion, and 6 is ridden by Damien Lane. Damien Lane rode this one, 9. Okay, Lane rode this one. The problem is this, that these are colts and male horses, and if they do not like you, they will not run, whether you have the numbers or not. So here Damien Lane was on 9, and it was not, he was not a dedicated jock or anything. Wherein the 8 that went through was a friendly jock with, who went through with that, I think. So he was on 9 and it did not work. Here again is favorite on this horse. Now, what is this horse? This horse is the largest inner drift. But is it the largest drift? No, the largest drift is 4. Okay, the largest drift is 4. This is not the largest. This is a drift. Inner. Does it have advantage? It has advantage. The equal advantage is there with 4. Even more. Alright. So that's that part of the story. If Damien Lane is not friendly with this horse, it's a colt, it's a horse. The horses don't like that kind of a, I mean, they don't like. If they don't like the jock, they will not run. And it is a very difficult call to take on a horse or on a colt. This is where things go wrong, because this is exactly where, you don't know whether the colt will run or the horse will run. It is the same thing here. That is the drift. Being a drift, what it required was an advantage which is not there. The drift advantage is on 4. So that's the first check. And then it doesn't also have the pressure. So here, I don't know about this. This is difficult. This is difficult to assume that this will go anywhere. Now, the others which are here is, here we have 8, 1, 9. 9 is on a huge pressure. It's a 6-year-old mare. It doesn't have the physics. Okay, it doesn't have the physics to win. With that pressure, it doesn't have the physics. So 9 cannot win. 6 is doubtful. 4 is a check anyway. The 2 is the linear, which probably will get somewhere. And how it will get is something that we will figure out after the races. That's when we get very wise. But here, I think that 8, the 4-year-old mare with that pressure, which is the second linear, and 8 is being ridden by Coffee. Now, what is the problem with this? He has been handicapped in a way which is not adding value, but on the other hand, he's a dedicated jock on this. All right. He is a dedicated jock on this. So like the 8, 6 is very doubtful whether that will work. The 2 is the linear, which is not in a winning position today. And 1 is the other one. So whether it is going to be one, whether the other position is going to be through rails 1, because this one also doesn't have the physics to win. All right. 4 doesn't need the physics. 6 doesn't need the physics. 10 doesn't need the physics. They can go from wherever. So here I think I kind of like this one. The 8 is good. The 8 is good. Arabian Summer is 1, which is the Giga Kick, which is here. 7, 26, 83, 79, 86, 33, 1. Doesn't have a job. Doesn't have a jock. This 9. I don't know. That 9 is a 6-year-old mare. It's too much to expect that on 1100 meter, this 9, which is Niance, will do the magic. It's getting old. And it doesn't have the physics. With that, it needed physics. It doesn't have that. The 6 is a horse, which I don't know whether it likes Damien Lane or not, because he was on this horse, I think. 9 I think was Damien Lane. Let me check once again. Yes, 9 was Damien Lane. 9 was Damien Lane. So he's again with a horse. So I don't know whether it'll work. I don't know whether it'll work. Plus, this is not the highest drift. The highest drift is this one, the 4. We have this one, which is the EW, which is here at 91 minus 10. Can it get through? It's a huge difficulty on this horse. I don't know if that'll work. It doesn't need the physics. The 10 doesn't need the physics. Out of these 2 drifts, this is better. The 4. The 6, I don't know. The odds are somehow not right. The odds are getting messed up. There's something that is not right, not happening. I like the 8. The 8 is the second linear up here. This one is there, but it is a serious fall. It's an 86. All right. In that case, this one has advantage from gate number 4. And this one also has advantage through the rails. So it could go anywhere, but in middle, and the 4 is there to tackle the 6. The 4 is there to tackle the 6. It is not going to be easy for the 6 to do whatever it wants. So that's that. But in this chaos, I think the 8 is good. This is a 6-year-old, plus the pressure is less than 8. Here it is 6. So if it has to fall, it'll fall where? either, or even if this falls, where will it fall? Or 7, then it becomes. It looks good. I don't know about the 6. The 6 is adrift. Whether it'll win, that it is an advantage, definitely. But the bigger advantage is with 4 in that case, from all angles. Plus, it's a horse. God knows what it'll do. But 8 is 6. Gilding. Okay. 8 is safe. 8 is safe. Hey. Not 8, 9 won. Where? It did not race yet, Atoman. What are you saying? 9 won. 9 is a 6-year-old mare. I'm not against 6-year-old mares. They're good. But this one doesn't have the physics to win. We'll see how it works. Six. 1, 2. 6, 9. Oh, yeah. 9 won. Oh. The previous race, 8. The 9 won. Okay. 9. What is the result? Just a moment, let me check. Okay, we'll do the results later on. So in that case, if 9 won, if 9 won, 9 was with Damien Lane. If 9 won, then 9 was with Damien Lane. Then the arithmetic changes. If 9 won, then Damien Lane is on that horse. Where? Well,
That's probably not a fair recollection of how good he's actually going. He's so much heavier this time round. He's just finally matured. He'd have to be 40 kilos heavier than what he was when he won the Everest, this horse. In saying that, he looks good for him now.
to Golden Bird off a couple of really impressive efforts in the Valley.
I will have to get the official numbers. Hold on. I'll get the official numbers. 8, 9, 14, 16. 9, 14, 16 and 3. 9, 14, 16 and 3. Okay, I don't know why I wrote it like the Autumn Boy, 9, 14. Fair enough.
Like many great training performance to get him to win that after such a long layoff. And you know what? I don't think he ever got into a comfortable spot in the Moya.
I think I read it
just didn't get into a good rhythm at
bloody, but 9 won.
He's unbeaten here at Caulfield, so he's obviously got a real liking to this track. He looks really good. He never gives much away on race day. He's such a gentleman, but that's normal for him.
As mentioned, 4 Nadal out, 5 Sir Sway. The outside of the field went better in the Moya.
Definitely a lot better in the Moya. It was a good run without much luck, and then didn't see too many excuses in the Manicato. So jury's out. Great money spinner.
Yeah, so 9 had pressure. 9 went through. And the 2 did not happen.
That I've seen him anyway, but I'd agree.
I thought it was 8.
What he has been doing, but the team have given him every
I thought it was 8. I read it like 8, but it was 9.
It was. It was very good. What
9.
Somewhat, it's just the pattern at that stage of the day. Nothing really was making too much ground. But hey, you know, his form here, this track is sensational. He makes his own luck. His recent work's been terrific. He's going to jump out, put himself right at the firing line again, and if he runs out
Race 4, Ascot. Ascot, welcome back.
A little bit too well this horse, hence the jump out in between runs just to keep him right up to the mark, and I feel like it's done the trick nicely. He presents in perfect order here.
7 is Benedetta, last year's Goodwood winner, makes her debut for Kieran Moore.
She's a class act, there's no question about that. Her credentials read very well, and she'll get a soft run from in there. They'll be looking to pounce late. She's a Group 1 mare, and it'd be interesting to see how she goes. I wouldn't be surprised if she went very close to winning.
Yeah, she looks super. She's probably a little bit.
Yeah, even in that case, also, how does it fit?
Is absolutely beautiful.
If you don't have pressure on that horse, how will that fit?
On all day before running 5th beat 3 lengths to Jimmy Star in an Oakley plate. She returned with a sensational effort.
It was a very good run, wasn't it? And she'll probably get a similar kind of run today. You know, parked just behind a fair bit of speed. She might be there to pounce at the right time. And in all these races, that's what it gets down to. So she's in the mix.
She's an absolute sweetie pie, this girl. $1.5 million earner, great winning record. She knows how to get the job done. I think she's tightened up really nicely here.
9 Neons is one here in good fashion in stakes grade on 3 occasions. A different setup for her today from the inside draw compared to what unfolded in the morning.
So because she was sort of in an awkward spot throughout their covering ground, that's not her go. Caulfield is her go. She's 3 from 3 here. I think she could potentially just track this very solid speed that she'll get today. She'll need a bit of luck in running at a key stage, but no doubt she's good enough.
Just can't knock anything about the way that she looks. She looks rock hard fit. She's striding up really nicely. Her coat's great.
10 is Devil Knight, 3-year-old colt here, winner of a Blue Diamond, of course. The last 3-year-old colt to win. Star turn in 2016, trained by Team Hawks, ridden by C. Williams.
Yeah, a little, I suppose, a little gear change today might bring about improvement, but it's going to need to, Nigel. The recent form just hasn't quite been up there, but yeah, let's hope we see a return to form for Devil Knight.
I'd love to see him back to his best, this horse, and I am hoping with the blinkers going on, 3-year-old colt now at this age and stage of his career.
Run well. And Tropicus is just too hard to knock out with that Caulfield record as well. 9, 7, 2 and 6.
Could have gone many ways here. I'm going to go
9, 7, 2 and 6. 9 has the highest pressure module, but it doesn't have the rails. I don't know if that is possible. 6 is very doubtful.
You can't pop a single thing about the way that she looks. Arabian Summer, she's just a sweetheart, this girl. You know that she's going particularly well.
Yeah, anticipation will build, and I can tell you it's been a fantastic day here at Caulfield. The Group 1s have been run at 1. We'll have plenty to dissect out of those in the next couple of days.
Doesn't have the physics to win.
As well.
9 is a 6-year-old. How will it go?
Sunshine is out. Hopefully you've had a good day in terms of finding some winners, and you've still got a chance if you haven't in the last couple to try and find one. in these two quality contests that we close off with. 1100 metres here for the Henley Home Scalacci Stakes. One of the key runners, of course, from the Kieran Mar Yard will be Benedetta, who hasn't been with them that long, Amy, as you have a chat with Jack Turnbull.
Thanks for your time, Jack. Your luscious locks are blowing in the breeze there as this wind just
Eagle
picks up
Palm
again.
6 and 10.
Benedetta, what do you know about her since she's joined your team?
Lovely, man. She came to us in
Did you get it?
Had a really
Ascot.
nice break off the back of her Queensland prep. So she's been down in Fingal the whole time. I only got her shoes on the last
The
couple
6
of
is
days.
flying.
Training barefoot, and yeah, she's in really good physical order.
So she's been going inch cram to do her gallops and then going back out to Fingal in between?
Yeah, exactly. That's the angle we've looked for, and I mean she's been stable her whole life, so this is a new aspect of her schedule. But yeah, we've been happy with her jump outs. We know there's improvement to come, but as long as she rounds off today well, there's a nice plan for her going forward.
So your expectation is not a real live winning chance today, but just a nice positive run to give you confidence going forward?
Yeah, exactly. We stripped her back. No headgear. She'll be
Fabulous Ascot.
to be finishing off. So everyone knows you've got to be forward half today generally, and we should get there with a nice economical passage, and she's a class mare. So I'm sure she'll shock me and the team as to what we think. But as long as we're finding the line, then we can build off today.
Class could take them a long way, just like yourself, Jack. Well done.
Thank you.
Plenty of class with the presence of Tropicus in the Scalacci. Co-trainer Sam Friedman joins us. No reason to break the band up. Caulfield and him at sprint trips, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, it is. He loves it here, 1100 fresh. Yeah, we've lost our pilot. It's probably the only problem. Mark Zara's obviously selected gear to ride, but Damien had a sit on him last week in a trial. Very pleased with how he went. He sort of changes under his off lead and he takes
6
his
and
strides
1.
and then he gets into his gears, which is what you saw in the hit out. But he seems really well.
Yep.
His race weight's right on
Both
target.
are
He's
possible.
fresh, feeling well, so he should run a good race.
Can he control things in a similar manner to what happened in the heat, or is it going to be a bit of a trickier task?
I think it'll be a tricky task, probably with Golden Boom there kicking up Blake Shin on board, and possibly the way the track's played a little bit. You might find a few more keen to kick up and be there, but just reiterated to Damien that you've got a fit horse that seems to love getting out in front and dictating, so if you've got to use him a little bit early, don't be afraid to do so. There's still a kick in the locker, so he's in form anyway, so I'm sure he'll work it out.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Well, part of the hearing is Sam Friedman, trainer of Tropicus, because he has been smashed. This is a go. This is a great go on Caulfield Guineas Day for the Scalacci.
6
2 on
Tropicus.
70 now. On the outside, he's going to come across and sit outside of your leader, Golden Boom. The only other runner that's trimmed up late into 850. Cuman's had a little bit of specking late, right down the bottom if you're looking for a blowout or playing your multis with Devil Knight. Race 9, number 6, Tropicus, your market mover. What are you really gambling? Free and confidential support. Call the 1-800 number or visit the website.
Tony, congratulations for earlier. It's a pleasure to say that to you with your beautiful horse Transatlantic. How did the
I'm out.
tasting through?
Yeah, lovely bus. Champagne, but we're off to the airport after this, so couldn't enjoy it too much, but I'm sure I will over the next few days.
Sure you'll make up for lost time. Talk us through Golden Boom. What's your expectation here?
Yeah, he's a very fast horse. The first time he's drawn a good gate since he's been in Melbourne. His 2 runs in the Valley off wide draws have been terrific. So, off a low draw today, he's quick, he'll get out and get into his stride. I guess it just depends on how much pressure he has to absorb from the horse that's drawn wider. So, if he can get a nice enough time, but, off his previous 2 runs, it'd be hard for us to say would be able to finish.
You won't want to go home with all the success that you're having down here in Melbourne at the moment. Are we going to get you a permanent stable down here?
No, I'm pretty happy to do what we're doing. We enjoy our relationship with Kieran's team and travelling down here for the carnivals.
961 is a possibility, but we'll see. It has the 6 is a very good one. It's the 9 is a very good one from gate number 1, but with that pressure, I don't know. Let's see. 961.
Melbourne, it's really gone into him. You've seen him each start. He's just got more impressive each run. And I've always had this race in mind for some time. And it was just great to see it come to fruition today.
Good luck here again. Hopefully it's an even better day for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's been a great day for Tony. It's been a great carnival for him, really, and the best may be yet to come. Well, considered his such, he's won 3 Group 1s in his native Queensland. He's won 4 down here at Victoria. He has an impeccable record when he brings them down. He's
Eating 6.
Spirit of Boom and
sort of years now.
Yeah. Scott.
Potentially graduating to weight for age in the years to come. We can't wait for Antino's presidency at the Cox Plate in a fortnight's time. This is the second last of our World Tour races. Group 2 Scalacci that I think the MRC would be wrapped with the competition on much. Giga Kick clearly a headline act, but there's a Group 1 sprinter in there, and Benedetta, a Blue Diamond winner, and Devil Knight, and Q-Dam's been all right. But the typical sort of progressive mares like Neons and Arabian Summer are hunting for their efforts at the top. That's not even mentioning the race favourite Tropicus. Yeah, it's a deep Scalacci. It is a deep Scalacci, and I think that's been the thing. A couple of these fields that we've had, that may not be the headline races, Group 1 races, but they're deep fields. There's
6-1, 4-8.
Interesting, a lot of the narrative around being on speed, the track has quickened up. But look, if they've gone quick enough, they've been able to make a bit of ground up as well. But won't be as easy in this contest, no doubt. Anyway, the favourite will jump Tropicus has been well supported. Here's Matt Hill.
Terrific hunch. The outstanding racing continues. As you've touched on, the Scalacci, what a horse he was. Brings back a lot of great memories. Winning 16 races in Grey Flash Scalacci, including 8 Group 1s. Absolutely rocked his place by the Caulfield.
Ascot, no. You know the scene here, Ascot.
This is one of the better renewals of it as Tropicus goes in. Damien Lane.
Don't bring in those details, bro.
Winning form too. So Tropicus goes in. Just about ready as Giga Kick is about to saunter forward, and Sir Sway will be the last one. Henley Hopes bringing us the Scalacci Stakes for 2025. Sir Sway being brought forward, goes in, set to go. Ready. Benedetta missed the kick a couple of lengths. Tropicus began very fast with Sir Sway the outer. Golden Boomers right there on the fence as well, followed by Q-Man. Next, Devil Knight, Arabian Summer. Further back is Neons, 2 lengths to Giga Kick, and last is Benedetta. 800 metres to go off the rails, and Sir Sway just shading them with Tropicus the centre and Golden Boomer the advantage of the rail. A length and a half to Devil Knight, Q-Man deeper, Neon 6th on the rails. A length Arabian Summer, followed by Giga Kick, and last Benedetta. Golden Boomer with that natural speed drove up on the inside to lead Tropicus by a half, and Sir Sway stoked along 3 wide. Devil Knight behind them with Neons, both looking for runs. Q-Man wider, followed by Arabian Summer. Giga Kick comes to the outside, winding up. Tropicus takes the lead. It's Wayward, led by a length. Here's Giga Kick on the outside, coming, and Neons is bursting through. Giga Kick moves up, takes the lead. It's been a while, but it's going to turn back the clock. Giga Kick elected a quarter. Giga Kick wins it. Great.
What?
Elected a quarter. Tropicus Neons. And then there's 3 of them for 4. Arabian Summer, Q-Man, and Devil Knight.
168.
Golden Boom and last Sir Sway.
169.
Good for racing, you bet it is. He was something beaten fresh in a Goodwood back in May, and he might be back to some of his best. And all smiles for Clayton Douglas, one of the good guys of the sport. He's done such a tremendous job over the entire career of Giga Kick. It's been the searing light of expectation all the way along. He's got himself his first victory, remarkably in some respects, since the Doomben 10,000 of May 2023. But he has been in some top echelon sprints first. Remember, of course, he was runner-up to the Great Bellany Patina in an Everest, a race he won, of course, as a 3-year-old last year. He's back, and he's back with a bang, and that pretty much explains why Mark Zara jumped off Tropicus in this race to ride the mighty Giga Kick. Neon's back in 3rd. A good performance.
That's got a 961.
314. Punch looked like a good Scalacci.
It certainly was. Back wide, rounded them up once again, just showing on this track we've had winners.
Brilliant.
From a lot of different spots up throughout the day. This is always a fantastic story. I mean, with
169.
And, the amount of time.
One went through 99. 1 6 and then 9. That happened, 169. Go to the last 1200 meter. Four and 7 has been scratched. 1, 3, 9 and 12. So again, what happened here is the 6 definitely did not have the pressure to win. The 8 did not win even after the pressure. The 1 went through. The 8 was difficult. Okay, the 396 will become 93 or something. This stays 98. Here, 1100 meter. It did not have the rails, but it just went through. Okay, just went through. Here, the 1 is a neutral. It's again the same thing. Okay, here 6 was the favorite. The 6 did not have the pressure to win this. It actually went through a pressure. Then it dropped here as an advantage, and then again back to a pressure. The 1 in between, the 8, was difficult. That did not work. So that's that. Here it is the same thing again. This doesn't have the pressure. So this is something that happens. Okay, so that 9 is one of the heaviest horses, and the 2 has practically the highest advantage. Okay, but when we do this, so this is the top handicap. This is the scale. All right, this is the top handicap. Then the lower it goes, it starts dropping. So this has the highest handicapping on this horse. All right, it doesn't have the rails, and then it starts dropping. Now that's how it is. Now this one, the 2 is the EW, and the 9 is the other EW. See, from this angle, the one which has got the rails, it's fair that we are thinking that this thing can win. But I will show you something here at Randwick. Okay, now this race, it was an 1800 meter. The 9 won. Okay, 9 won because that was the scene, that 1800 meter. But that's not the race I'm talking about. I'm talking about the last race at Randwick here. Okay, here also the 5 won. Okay, the 5 won. Why? Because it was 0-0. Did not have the body weight. The body weights were here. But if we look at how things were, so the 5 actually went through. The 9 was the favorite. All right, that did not happen. The 5 was is in a better position. Here, if we do that, see, from that angle we are not getting anything. All right, from, I don't know if the 1 is going to win. Why? Where is my apprehension? My apprehension is this, that the 1, it's a 1200 meter. Okay, either it wins through pressure, which is not looking great with this guy. All right, it's a 5-year-old mare. It doesn't have it's very difficult to believe that this thing is going to win. I don't know if that is even possible. But if we reverse this situation and look at the handicapping, so this 3 is the highest handicapping. All right, then it goes down, and 1 comes somewhere in the middle here. All right, 17. It is not that it is a great horse or something on those lines, but when that happens, these 2 horses, they come into picture. The 2, I don't know, it is not doing great. All right, it is not doing great. But the 9 is when it is 1200 meter. The race that I showed you was a 1200 meter. This one was 1200 meter, I guess. 1200 meter. This was a benchmark 94 1200 meter at Randwick. Okay, this is a benchmark. No, it is a 1200 meter here at Caulfield. Now, what is the difference? The difference is this, that it's more or less the same structure. More or less the same structure. The neutrals generally do not win. plus it doesn't have the pressure on this horse. The one which has pressure, let's see the ones with the pressure. These are the two with high pressure. Then this 3, which is the highest pressure line, 100. It looks difficult for this guy to win, right? It looks difficult. So if it is not this, let me just check from here. 3, 5, 11, 2, 9. Now, they're all the pressure models, okay? Up till here, all pressure. Then it is this one. And the highest relaxation is on this anyways, 79. But the 9 is again with Mr. J Mac. The 9 is with J Mac. And he is not doing great. The 1 is doubtful. Here the 6 was doubtful because it doesn't have the pressure to go through a 1100 meter. It has to have a pressure. The question was whether 8 or 1. I thought because of the rails the 8 will go through, but the 8 was also difficult. It was a 3.5, so it will become 93 and this will stay in 91. So 99, 98 something. So that went through. It did not have the physics, but it just went through, right? So this was a hodgepodge. This was an architecture that was like that. Well, here it is again like the same thing. It doesn't have the pressure. How will it win? 1200 meter is pace. So if it is not pace, in that case, it is body weight. If it is not pace, in that case, it is body weight and advantage. 2 has the highest advantage. There's no doubt. But it looks like that the 2 is on a very high odds. I don't know whether that will work. Plus, it's not that it has done anything nice with that advantage lately. So we'll stay out of that. And the 9 is with JMac again. So JMac, will he deliver is a question. Will he deliver is a question. This is very doubtful. I don't know if that is even possible. It's down here. So I don't know whether that will work. 1 doesn't have the pressure. If 1 doesn't have the pressure, plus it's a neutral, then what happens? Then we go further down on the pressure line. A 9 comes from gate number 2, 5-year-old mare. 81, both. This is gate number 11, 0. 9 and 2. JMac again has the advantage, but will he win? Will he win is the question. This is a lot of advantage. The 2 I don't see. The 2 I don't see. But the 9 has a lot of advantage with JMac, provided he does justice to this. The 1 doesn't have pressure. If it doesn't have pressure, plus it's a neutral, plus I don't know what else is, then we need body weight. So these two are almost same. Then the lower ones are here, which are heavier. These are lighter, these are heavier. The lower the number, the heavier the horse is. So the 9 is a quite heavy horse. The 8 is also, but it is coming from gate number 11. We'll not talk about it. This is good. The 9 is good. I don't know about this 3. The 3 is the linear, okay? The 3 is the linear. Ideally, that 3 is supposed to win, but it is not looking like it is in great form. And there is something not right. There's something not right with that 3. Nine, 8, 6, 1 try. I think it is 9, but I'm also like getting blurry. My vision is getting blurry. It's been some time doing this. Araman, best of luck for upcoming races. Ascot is wishing Araman. That's so nice. But yeah, so the 9 definitely has a chance because we've seen this thing at Randwick. It is not necessary that it is going to repeat the pattern, but the pattern is like this: that if the pressure is in trouble, I mean, I missed out. Let's say, okay, fair enough. The 1 was a difficult call. This 1 was a difficult call. I did not want. I generally don't go with the kind. I generally do not go with horses that do not have the physics and for the win. So if you have the rails, you have the advantage. That's true. But at the same time, to make it really, really secure, I need the physics of this side. But when I look at it now, then it is 3.5. You take it out, it becomes 93, 92.5, and this stays at 98. 97.5. So it just took it off. It did not go there. Then it fell to an advantage. Then again, it went to the pressure. It was not in a position to win. So that brings clarity. Okay. Here, it is the same thing. It is again a pace oriented race. It is a 1200 meter. If this thing doesn't have fair enough. This one had to have the advantage. It has the rails, might get there, but it's a neutral. Generally, that doesn't happen. The 9 is in a shape. J-Mac is riding. I don't know what to say, but I hope J-Mac does the justice on this horse because it's in a fabulous position to win today. There's no other competition. The other one which is here is from gate number 11, which is a 6-year-old mare, which is a drift. The pressure model is from gate number 10, not in a great shape, not with the right jock. That probably is not the thing. The 1 will not be able to survive if the 9 gets into that beast mode with that advantage. All that he needs to do is just run and not look back. But then J-Mac is Mr. J-Mac and he can do wonders.
Been heavily back Charlotte. Littlefield, who's been riding our Clark on the course behind the gates all day, interviewing winning jockeys. Good luck to you and your team. She's bulletproof, heavily back, 370 a metre. Got to get across from that.
Now 3 is favourite.
And find a spot. 370. Swaps now, look at this. So 370 each two. The top two in the market. Punter zeroing in on. Gumdrops is here to play. 550. J-Mac's been quiet all day. He'll need a win before he goes back to Sydney. Vestas with markets open was the best back. 11 to 7. She's got pizzazz, a little bit of speaking. Prairie Flower, an extra 2. 5, 6 and 8. When you're playing your multiples, but the 1 and the 3 at this stage are really firm in the market and seem to be the best backed, and she's bulletproof, probably nose in front. Turnover. What do you really get? Very positives. Or the 1-800 number. Or visit the website.
This building yard is brought to you by World Look. Available on this race.
Caulfield Guineas Day 2025 is completed with the HKJC Whirlpool Northwood Plume Stakes Group 3 since 2013. We're over 1,200 metres, 88th last year, defeating a Little Deep Bezo, extra 2 ran 6th. The Charmstone, now dual Group 1 winner, was in 7th place. Bit of depth to the 2025 edition, headlined, of course, by Horse 1 Amina Mark Zara, looking for a late double. She's dropping back in class after being behind the aforementioned Charmstone in the Manikato.
Good run there too, sat back, cut the corner, worked home nicely, and obviously back to Group 3 company today. Mark Zara's had a great day at the office, and it might get a little better on board.
I think being back in mare's grade is going to be really advantageous for this girl. Gee, she looks well. Condition is pretty much perfect here.
To Corvalon, won a mannerism over 1,400 metres here on Blue Diamond Day in Tripoli.
Resuming, and she's never an easy one to catch. I think she's capable, but she's not that easy to catch. Fresh-wise, she has won, but I like her second up. Probably over a touch further. I'm happy to look at her go round today.
With her second up record, I was expecting to see her a little bit showier than what she is today, but I think she's really quite forward.
3, she's bulletproof. We wish our friend and colleague Charlotte Littlefield all the best here with their Oakley Plate runner-up back in February. There were excuses going into and coming out of the effort in the heat behind Tropicus on Memsgay. She's jumped out since.
It was a plain run return, and she's jumped out well since. And you look at her form from last prep second, and I don't think like Jimmy start anywhere near that. And be nice out of level shot.
She looks fantastic. She's pretty much perfect here. Her coat's lovely. Her weight looks spot on for her. She can be a little bit big and burly, but I think that she's as tight as she needs to be running competitively.
Or Fancy Fire Scratching went around Murray Bridge earlier on this afternoon. 5 is she's got pizzazz. There's a little bit of specking for her. 12 into 10 on the VOP. She resumed in a mare's contest on Underwood Day.
Behind Miraval Rose, that form looks pretty solid. All of a sudden, second up will strip fitter. Blake Shin's another positive, and she'll probably map pretty well too, so not the worst.
She's moving really nicely, this girl. She always starts off just a little bit stiff but loosens up really quite well. Coat's well on the way. I just feel like she's going to hit her peak in about another 2 or 3 weeks' time.
6, Prairie Flower, was running on from the back, first up in the Wiley in Adelaide.
Good run behind Watch Me Win. I like the closing sessions. That's her. I mean, she's one that drops out, rambles home. So probably the smaller field may help her cause. She just needs a bit to go away in terms of tempo and ratio.
You know, that the team wouldn't have bothered to bring her over from South Australia if she wasn't in good physical shape, and she most certainly is. Her weight is spot on for her. The coat is absolutely beautiful.
7 is Scratching, 8 extra 2. As mentioned, was 6th in this race 12 months ago. 3rd in that Miraval Rose race on Underwood Day.
I prefer her at the Valley, but she's got good form here at Caulfield as well. And the 3rd one should be sort of nearing her peak fitness now. And she brings in that Miraval Rose form and wasn't beaten far there. So good figure in the finish.
Best I've seen her parade this whole preparation now. I feel like she has taken that nice fitness step forward in between these last couple of runs.
9 is Gumdrops, who's in familiar surrounds in the Seamus Mills Silks NRC committee member. Of course, formerly with Nick Bryce and Michael Kidd Jr. Last run for that stamp was on the India on Caulfield Cup Day last year.
Yeah, good market support, good second up record, and she's in the game.
It's a huge horse.
She's such a nice type, this girl. She hasn't won for a long time, but she presents in good order here. She's got the biggest back end on her. There's so much power there.
Step up in class for the 10 flyer who's back in Tripoli.
Hey, if J-Mac messes it up, it'll be very sad. It'll be very sad. It's a huge horse. It's got the numbers here also. It's like one of the heaviest.
Particularly well, her coat's finally come through completely, and she's just got a really good, happy look on her face today. I think that she should be running up to the best of her ability.
Carabas is hoping visit 2 to Caulfield is the lucky one that what the first was.
Yeah, she's in good form, and she gets luck and running. We'll see what she's really capable of. I thought there was some merit to her form price. She's one that could probably hit the frame of the price.
Sound like a broken record, but it's another mare that presents really quite well. There's not much between these girls today.
12 Vestas has her first run as a mare. Showed plenty early on as a filly.
Yeah, she did, and she looks pretty special on her better form, but hasn't always brought it. Jump out's been okay, and we'll see what she's made of today. She's easing in the market.
She looks like she's thickened up and matured a bit physically since the back end of last preparation. Just looks like she's going to race a little bit heavier this time round.
HKJC Whirlpool Northwood Plume Stakes. The view over Port Phillip Bay from Caulfield, just nestled slightly to the north of Melbourne's Bayside suburbs. It's been a picture today. The racing has met the weather hutch. Can you bring us home with the winner in the final event?
Well, I'm hoping I'm right. She's bulletproof. I'm pretty keen. I think Amina's a danger, and not sure what to do with Vestas and Gumdrops, who are also respected in the market, but she's bulletproof. She'll like the ground today, and no doubt her best form is good enough.
I'm hoping Amina's hoarding up here. I thought she looked fantastic from the yard. She's a quality mare. I think dropping back into this mare's grade today will hold her in very good stead. Excellent parade by her. It's no knock on she's bulletproof. I thought it was pretty much a perfect parade by her as well. Charlotte's got her ticking over very, very well. Hopefully she can bounce back to her absolute best today. One that I thought looked a bit more forward than what I was expecting was called Volante.
Interesting running Call Volante. She's probably capable, easing the market. She's 16 out to 21 in this contest as well. But one of the more interesting runners is trained by Clint McDonald. That's Festus. Let's see if he can Clint now.
Thanks for your time, Clinton. We were just too busy having a little quiet chat off camera. Festus, I was just asked you then. She looks like she's just thickened up and matured a bit now.
Yeah, she has. She went to Queensland. She had some 2 weeks in the paddock, then to Queensland.
5'6", 5'6".
But just didn't work for her. So we've given her a really good spell. She spelled up at New Haven, and she's come back looking tremendous from there, and she's prepped up really well. Obviously, we all know there's not a lot of speed in this race. I just told Ben to ride her.
Yeah, I mean...
Be strong late. When she runs, but she's here to win. But we just want to see a good, strong performance from her. So she's back.
Been seeing some nice track work and trials from her. You've been happy with what she's been doing?
Yeah, she seems to have the mojo back. She's been wanting to attack the line. Ben sort of just kept her under wraps in the trials. So today's sort of a good testing material. And as I said, we just want to see her hit the line strong. It's going to be a bit of a messy race. We're just hoping we get the breaks. If we do, she'll be competitive.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So 11, 1, 3, 12, 6, 8, and 11 if you're playing the multis here and you're fixed on exotics. But she's bulletproof will be your market mover. Amina's nice and tight. Actually trims up from that 380 to 360. Looking like Amina's going to start favourite. She's bulletproof, 6 is into 360 on Caulfield Guineas Day, now 380. That's a good go. And then we've got $5.50 now. Gumdrops dropping in from that $8.50 opening quote. Hunter said $10, way too big for that. And then there's your 12 Vestas. Looking down the page there, you've got Prairie Flower, Extra Turk, Carabas, and some specking if you're playing at bottom. Race 10, number 3, will be your market. What do you really get? This is the website.
Wallace Stable looking to finish off yet another successful Caulfield Guineas Day in style with Gumdrops, who's back in some respects Charlie Duckworth to her natural habitat, of course, having spent plenty of time down south with Nick Price and Michael Kent Jr. How is she, having had some Queensland sun on her back?
Yeah, she's, I think she's probably unlucky not to win first up in Queensland. There were 2 races, one here and one in Sydney this weekend, so we brought it down and sort of stopped at home base at Rose Hill for a little bit of time, and then went for the barrier draw and opted to come down here. She's obviously come down here, and she said, "Oh, well, this feels like home." So she's drawn a perfect alley. She should just be able to settle in behind speed, getting the run of the race, and got a dog speed. Got the right man on board.
Ascot 139.
Where she's going to settle, and
learn about her having had one prep now into a second.
Yeah, look, I think last prep, there were a few little things that just went wrong, and it wasn't really her fault. It was just barrier draws and track conditions and the way things played out. So
9 can upset, 9 can win if J-Mac doesn't messes it up.
It was pretty easy to sort of
If J-Mac doesn't messes it up, 9 can win.
Change or adapt too much, really. So look, she's
she's
And I hope he doesn't.
Smile on James' face. Thanks, Charlie. All the best. Thank you.
There they are loading in for the final event of the day. It's the HKJC Whirlpool Northwood Plume Stakes over 1,200 metres. Good luck. Here's Matthew.
Fantastic day of racing, Caulfield Guineas Day. Late Shin with a masterclass in the Maiden Tower. Waller and Lane again in the Guineas.
9 should do this.
The big one, Northern Boy. Tony God with two rack winners in a row. Fantastic day of racing. Giga King, a great return in the previous. There's She's Got Pizzazz joining the lines. The field just about blocked away. The Northwood Plume will once again, and away they go. Prairie Flower missed the kick. Carabas jumped well. From extra two, She's Bulletproof. Amina is showing pace and beginning well as Gumdrops on the inside. After the first 200 metres, She's Bulletproof off the rails, led Carabas and Amina. They were followed out deeper by extra two, and then Gumdrops Kawerva along. Flyer next to the rails, She's Got Pizzazz, well back Festus, and last is Prairie Flower. 750 metres to go. She's Bulletproof, steadily worked across, didn't rush it, and got a length and a quarter in front of Carabas and got the rails. Gumdrops is third, the inner. Then came extra two around Amina, a length and a half. She's Got Pizzazz, Kawerva along Flyer, Festus second last, and at the tail of the field, Prairie Flower.
Dude, don't get stuck, please.
A length Carabas, followed by extra two the outside. Gumdrops is hunting up behind the leader.
Run.
Outside, She's Got Pizzazz. And behind those horses, Amina. She's Bulletproof, 200 metres to go. Went behind a length and a half. 2 lengths Gumdrops.
Come on. 3-9-12.
Followed by Flyer. Next to finish in the race, extra two Amina. Well, She's Got Pizzazz. Carabas next door to Prairie Flower. And Kawerva was last.
3-9-12.
Just declared at the beginning of the broadcast today.
3-9-12 and 10.
This is a real buzz. Charlotte Littlefield, well done to her, Jules, and the entire team. There's been so much.
3-9-12 and 10.
But it's their
So one, as a neutral, no, that did not work. But that 3 actually delivered from there. 3, 9, and then it fell again on 12. The 2 was bad here. But that is just what happened, and this doesn't work with JMac. The advantage just doesn't work with JMac. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 10 races today here at Caulfield. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit-chat, try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, my friend Ascot. Thank you so much, bro, for being there. John, my friend, thank you so much for being there. Adaman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, I know you've gone off to sleep, but thank you so much for being there, my friend.